Hello and welcome to the Brazilian Report's special Election Day coverage. My name is Gustavo Ribeiro. I'm editor-in-chief of the Brazilian Report. For everyone who followed the first round results with us, welcome back. If you haven't, then welcome. And I'm joined here by Ewan Marshall in our studio. Hello, Ewan. How are you?
Hi, Gustavo. It's great to be back. Very exciting day today. We've had a lot of controversy already. Results are already starting to come in, and that's what we're going to be covering for the next, who knows how many more hours.
Yes, and as predicted, this would be a tense day, but it has become tense in ways we had not predicted, including with a voter suppression allegation against the Federal Highway Police. So let's join our reporter Cede Silva from Brasilia for him to talk about this scandal a little bit more in depth. Cede, how are you?
Hello, good afternoon, Gustavo. Good afternoon, everyone.
Do we have Cede?
Yep.
Yeah, can you? Hi, Cede.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, Iwan and Gustavo.
I don't have Cede. Can you hear Cede?
Yep.
Can you talk to him?
So, Cede, as we were talking about their very exciting start to the day, can you just break down some of these scandals that we've been seeing about alleged voter suppression that Gustavo was mentioning there?
Okay, so our Sunday morning started a little atypically with several reports, videos, and photos of what looks like to be Brazil's first cases since '89 of voter suppression. So there are several reports, photos, and videos that show that buses, public transportation of voters, were stopped by Federal Highway Police agents. And the numbers show that the Federal Highway Police decided this Sunday to conduct an unusually large number of operations, over 80% in comparison to October 2, which was also an election day. So if you believe Silvinei Vasquez, the head of the Federal Highway Police, the Federal Highway Police decided today to be especially concerned about broken headlights and damaged tires. But the opposition answered, and so Lula's campaign requested the Federal Highway Police to be subpoenaed in order to first stop his operations completely, and if he did not comply, to be arrested. So now this afternoon, Iwan, we had some new developments about this. In Brazil, elections are conducted fully by the judicial system. And the head of the Superior Electoral Court, Justice Alexandre de Moraes, held a press conference. And this press conference, he relied very heavily on the testimony of the Federal Highway Police Director, which is a Bolsonaro appointee. And he told the press that despite the large number of operations, that the voters were not actually hindered from voting. They were delayed, but they were able to reach the polling places. And one last thing before we wrap up, I need to remind readers that Silvinei Vasquez, yesterday on Saturday night, he has an Instagram account, and he posted on Instagram an image asking his followers to vote for President Bolsonaro. So we're talking about Bolsonaro loyalists and his testimony being very relied upon by the electoral court judge.
And the polls are closed now. They have been closed for 10 minutes. Do we have any sort of idea if there are still people waiting to vote, or are these people still stuck in traffic potentially?
Well, what happened was that actually on Saturday night, Justice Moraes preventively or preemptively ordered the Federal Highway Police to not conduct such similar operations. But Director Vasquez decided to do so anyway. And then later today, the Justice Moraes, once again, complying to a request by Lula's campaign, ordered Mr. Vasquez once again to order his agent to stop the operation. So what happened was that the operations were stopped by mid-afternoon this time. So if we're not seeing them right now, it's because Justice Moraes ordered the Federal Highway Police twice, actually, to stop this operation. So this is the reason we're not seeing them now. I'm not seeing reports of people stuck on traffic right at this time, which does not mean that they are not happening. But I also need to remind people that actually, if you are in line by 5 p.m., you can still. So there might be still people voting right now because the polls close 5 p.m. for you to enter. But if you are in line, you can still vote.
And Sede, thank you very much for your report. Now let's bring our first special guest of the day, Sérgio Praça, a professor at think tank Fundação Getúlio Vargas. Sérgio has written about political parties, and we had invited Sérgio to talk a little bit more about governability and which kind of Congress the next president will be met with. But given the scenario, we have changed a little bit what we're going to discuss with Sérgio. Sérgio, first of all, thank you very much to be with us. And I want to start asking you about what do you make of this alleged case of voter suppression? And is it just one other case of the Bolsonaro administration using the state apparatus in order to essentially load the dice in favor of the president? You're on mute.
Okay, thank you.
Now we can hear
Hello,
you.
everyone. This is a military coup d'etat without the military. This is the biggest thing happening in Brazilian politics since maybe 1985 or 1986 or 1988 with the new constitution. And this is not to be underestimated. I think Bolsonaro has planned this coup for months, ever since maybe years, ever since he started mentioning electronic voting fraud and paper votes and things like that. And so this is very, very serious. But the news reports have not been as pessimistic as they could be by now. It really does seem like this attempt did not go through, and I don't reports of thousands of people not being able to vote. It seems as if they were only delayed, and of course this is a heinous crime. Everyone responsible should immediately go to jail. Bolsonaro should have his chapa caçada. I don't know how to say it in English.
Yeah, you're a British guy here.
Well, essentially, it would mean that his voter slate would be impeached.
Legally. Yeah, he should not be legally permitted to take office again. So this is very, very serious.
Now, Sergio, if you allow me to interrupt you, because the electoral courts have battled these two very unappealing options, either to let Bolsonaro act at will or go with their full strength against him and try to contain him, which could entail a very strong reaction from the president or from military sectors, which are believed to be on the president's side. You said that the vote slate should be impeached, but do you think this is feasible in any way, shape, or form at this point?
I don't know. That's what the law mandates, and I think that, of course, the electoral court, which is just the Supreme Court, they're in a terrible position, because if they do nothing, they really have to hope that Lula wins and everything goes as life goes on somewhat normally. But if Bolsonaro wins and they do not dictatorship, and Bolsonaro will try every couple of years, he will be encouraged to use the full force of the state apparatus towards his own political goals. So it's a if Bolsonaro wins tonight, is we can uh, honestly say that we have an electoral authoritarian regime in place. If Lula wins, that's not the case, and that's what I hope will happen. Though it's very hard
And
to say at this point.
yeah, and Sergio, one of the kind of defining issues of these allegations of voter suppression is that we're seeing a lot of these roadblocks from the highway police occurring in the northeast and the north of Brazil, which are typically very pro Lula states, a lot of states where Lula won in the first round. And I mean, do we think at this point that it will be enough to swing this election? Because I mean, Lula's lead in the northeast was quite substantial, and if he doesn't maintain that lead in the second round, that could be quite a big problem for him.
Who's to say by now? We don't have any idea how many people, in effect, did not vote because of these roadblocks. And Alexandre de Moraes, of course, says that no one was, that everyone voted saying this. He doesn't have the information. The information was given by the Polícia Rodoviária Federal, which is, of course, very, very biased and, in effect, part of the Bolsonaro, apparatus. It's not a state bureaucratic organ anymore.
And as well,
So-
he was mentioning that these roadblocks of buses on highways lasted no more than 15 minutes each, which anyone in Brazil who's ever been in a roadblock on a federal highway will know is definitely not the case. I mean, these things usually take about half an
Yeah.
hour, potentially an hour or more.
Yeah, that's a 15 minutes is, just a little bit more of the time we take to pay the pedágio in a federal highway here or a state highway. So, of course, Moraes, what he's trying to do, and I don't condemn him for this, he's trying to minimize the situation a little bit and hoping very much that Lula will win and this whole thing will blow over. But if it doesn't, and if it is, of course, you're saying the alleged voter suppression, but I wouldn't say alleged; it's proven. We have it on videotape and in-field reports and everything. So it's not. It is clear that it is going on and that it is.
We appear to have lost Sergio.
Yeah, and by the way, we have a
Yes,
map
but
that show where these operations were carried out, and they were mainly carried out in Lula-leaning states. So what Sergio is saying that, well, this is akin to voter suppression is because, yes, indeed, half of these operations happened in regions that voted massively for Lula. And the Highway Patrol was saying that these were quick operations that did not prevent people from reaching the polls. But what we have gotten from information by our reporter in Brasília, Amanda Aldi, is that these even very quick standard procedures by the highway police last at least for a half an hour, and that if they don't find anything wrong with the vehicle, which can, if they do, it can last for hours. So at this point, like Sergio said, Justice Moraes was taking the highway police word by face value, despite this blatant attempt to convulse the election day. Sergio, did you expect anything of the kind? Because we were talking in Brazil, and even people who were not just blindly thinking that the institutions are working, they expected problems to happen after the polls were closed. Are you surprised of what we have seen today?
yeah, I'm surprised but not shocked. I thought that Bolsonaro would try to do something, and Bolsonaristas would try to do something on the election day. And I was, you know, I think a lot of Brazilians are like me, you know, very optimistic minutes after that, and I was pretty optimistic today that things would go peacefully as they did go in the first round, October 2nd, 28 days ago. So now I'm a little bit optimistic again because the reports that I've been seeing uh, really do not show. They show an attempt of voter suppression. They do not show yet, to at least to the extent that I'm informed, that it was it effectively went on as Bolsonaristas wanted it to happen. So uh, we don't know the extent to which it went on as of yet. You know, we don't know if people were impeded to vote. I think they were very disincentivized to do so. But um, you know, so yeah, I did not see this coming exactly, but I thought that maybe the military, maybe some of the polícias militares at the state level would try to, you know, mess up the election somehow. And if
And we
Lula
have
wins
to
by
remember, because you talked about the armed forces, we have to remember that the armed forces, despite not having any constitutional mandate to audit the electoral system, have taken upon themselves to do so. And they carried out this parallel unofficial audit in the first round, and they never published their findings, saying that they would do so after the second round. Sergio, are you one of the political observers who think that this is a sort of joker on the sleeve of the Bolsonaro camp to say if he ends up losing the election, to try and stage an argument that the voting machines were rigged in any way, shape, or form, even though today the Federal Accounts Court, which is indeed a supervisory body of the electoral system, published its findings saying that absolutely no discrepancy in over 5,000 voting machines were found. What do you think, Sergio?
well, the truth doesn't matter to Bolsonaro and Bolsonaristas. So, of course, they will try to discredit the results. And if Lula wins by a very narrow margin, let's say 2 or 3%, or even less than that, they will try in every shape and form to discredit the results and say that some of the electronicas were rigged.
Sergio,
We lost Sergio.
But
we kind of lost
yeah,
you a little bit. Can you just repeat
I'm still
the
here.
last
Can
couple of
you?
phrases?
Yeah, I think definitely Bolsonaro and Bolsonaristas and maybe the armed forces. I'm not sure that they will go into this. Maybe they will try to discredit the results. I'm sure Bolsonaro will try to do so if he loses, and the polls are saying that he will lose by you know, maybe by a big margin of 8%, but it should be much smaller than that. It will probably be from 2 to 5%. But I don't know if the armed forces will buy that argument and back Bolsonaro, no matter what. You know, they we'll know in the next 2 or 3 days. But if, of
Or
course,
2 months,
he
because
loses.
inauguration day is on January the 1st alone.
And yeah, I'd
Yeah, but
just like to jump in quickly because, as we said, the polls are closed. They have been closed for the last 25 minutes. We've already got some partial results. At the moment, we have President Jair Bolsonaro on under 54% and Lola on 46.1%. Now, that might sound like Jair Bolsonaro has quite a strong advantage there, but as we've said before, the first states to report are usually in the south and in the federal district, which usually lean quite heavily towards the right and to Jair Bolsonaro.
Sure.
What we should be expecting is for Lola to close that gap as the night goes on. And what I've been seeing of the last few minutes is that gap of Jair Bolsonaro is already rapidly decreasing.
And before Sergio comments on these results with almost 5%, I just want to add a little bit of context, because in 2014, we had the most nail-biting vote count in Brazilian history. And at this point, so 5:26 p.m., the right-wing candidate of the time, Aécio Neves, had 60.5% of the vote. He ended up losing Dilma Rousseff, who was the Workers' Party candidate. She finished with 51.6%. So even that really close vote count, and we will have that on the screen for everyone who is following that. That was better for the right-wing candidate at this point. Sergio, what do you make of this? The fact that Bolsonaro is not as high as we thought he would be at this point, even, yes, just 5% of the ballots counted.
Yeah, I wouldn't pay too much attention to the counting of the ballots for now. Of course, I'm not a journalist per se, and I'm not under obligation to do this, but it will be maybe in a couple of hours, or 2.5 or 3 hours from now, we will be able to say who won the election. And until then, it's just going to be very, very hard to interpret and to compare with the 2014 elections. It's a cool exercise, but it's not the same people voting. It's different context, and
Very different
we can only
candidates.
see, yeah, exactly, and we can see maybe a trend, but we shouldn't pay too much attention to this, I think. But
Yeah, I
but,
mean, this election has already been bucking trends, since the start of the campaign. So perhaps we shouldn't, tie ourselves so much to previous results. But yeah, it is an interesting start.
And Sergio, because I know you told us that you only had until 5:30 because you are going to travel right now, so I don't want to make you
5:40 is all
lose
right.
your plane. I assume you're flying.
Yeah, I'm going to Rio tonight. I work in Rio.
From São Paulo?
Yeah.
So what time are you expected to land?
What?
What time are you expected to land in Rio?
Are you going to have me arrested when I land?
No, I just want to know that by the time you land,
yeah,
will
by the
we
time I
know
arrive,
who the president is?
Yeah, I'll probably arrive by 9 p.m.
Ooh.
and so I'm going to be in the flight. I'm going to be flying as the president will probably be announced, which is a great thing. I couldn't have planned it better.
Well, I think you're going to buy those data packages for the flight. I mean, I would not be able to spend 45 minutes without knowing what's going on.
Yeah, but I think with all the the confusion and vote suppression going on at the federal level today, I noticed here in São Paulo that almost no one is talking about the state government.
Sergio, we kind of lost.
Yeah.
When you said nobody's talking about, then you went mute. So please talk about it.
Nobody's.
Please tell us what no one's talking about.
Yeah, no one. A lot less people are talking about the state government dispute between Tarcísio de Freitas, a bolsonarista, and Fernando, the PT candidate.
Yeah.
And it is very likely that Tarcísio will win. He's still holding, at least the last polls I saw, he still has like a 6-7 point advantage over Haddad. So, in a sense, if what is most likely as of now is that Lula wins and Tarcísio wins in São Paulo, and Zema has already won in Minas Gerais, and Cláudio Castro has won in Rio de Janeiro. So even if Bolsonaro is voted out of office, he could have the three biggest or most relevant states in the country with heavy backers of Bolsonaro.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yes.
Bolsonaro is holding
For the future.
a lot of ground.
Person.
Sergio, thank you very much. And I have really appreciate that you're taking the time before a flight. So just so you won't miss your flight, we're going to let you go. And once again, thank you very much. Have a safe flight. And by the time you get to Rio, we all will know who the next Brazilian president will be.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure. I would love to be back on whenever you want. Okay.
And be careful with those highway police roadblocks. You know, you got to get to the airport in time.
I live very close to the airport. So.
Safe trip, Sergio. Bye bye.
Thanks,
Thank you very
Sergio.
much. It was a pleasure having you. So, Ewan, you have written about the Federal Highway Police. So, for foreigners, might seem like a very strange body to talk about on election day. And it has been a body on the center of a lot of controversy. Can you talk a little bit about the article you wrote for us?
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting that only now, we're starting to see the Federal Highway Police, you know, get involved in headlines, because the only contact a lot of Brazilians used to have with the Federal Highway Police was when you were going to the beach or something like that, and you had to go past these checkpoints, you had to slow down, all that sort of thing. Those were the only really times that anyone would see the highway police. But what is interesting about that is that it is actually a visible police force, and it is the only visible federal police force. You know, for example, the federal police, they don't run a beat, for example. You don't see them on the street. But the highway police, you do, even though it's on highways. And what has happened during the Bolsonaro government is the government seems to have spotted the highway police as a potential, source of kind of passing on its message on public security, kind of passing on the Bolsonarista mantra of public security, which is to be more involved and potentially more violent as well against crime. We had recently, in the last couple of years, 2 ordinances signed by the government which allows the Federal Highway Police to get involved in ostensive policing operations alongside the federal police and alongside the military police and the civil police.
And by the way, we have seen a lot of events featuring President Jair Bolsonaro providing to the Federal Highway Police heavy arms and fully equipping them to war, one would say.
Yeah, well, all of these motorcycle parades that Bolsonaro had been doing throughout the campaign, well before the campaign as well, these were all organized and policed by the Federal Highway Police. So it was in his interests to kind of have these people on side. There was also a famous event not that long ago where the president's wife, Michelle Bolsonaro, went along to a highway police event, and they dressed her up in a highway police uniform, taking photos with Bolsonaro. He said, "Oh, if she's the police officer that pulls me over, I wouldn't mind getting a fine off her." All this sort of behavior just to bring the Federal Highway Police more into the public eye. And I think for everyone, it was a bit of a surprise to see them take such an important role today, such a hands-on role in today's election.
Yeah.
But I think if we were also kind of paying attention to the way Bolsonaro was using the federal police forces, we could see that this is kind of his main weapon as far as the public security is concerned.
And by the way, O Globo reports that these operations have been the making since the 19th of October, which adds to that suspicions that, yes, maybe the federal government orchestrated a way to conduct vote suppression and to maybe skew the election, because, I mean, there have been no shortage of examples of the government trying to load the dice. We're going to talk about more about that on this broadcast. But for instance, a week ago, Amanda Audi published this major scoop that millions of Brazilian aid recipients had their data leaked to banking representatives who were offering these, how do you call them in English?
Like a payroll deduction
Payroll
loan,
deduction
yeah.
loans, which give an immediate financial relief for a lot of families, even if they are arguably debt traps.
Mhm.
But the goal was to create feel good factors just until election day. So we have that. Bolsonaro enacted or announced 8 new measures, either increasing or announcing social spending, and that just since our last broadcast, since October the 2nd, the first round. But I would also, going back to the highway police, because you wrote an article about them, about this infamous event that happened in northeastern Brazil, which shows that a lot of Brazilians, why a lot of Brazilians just don't feel quite safe if they're around a highway patrol car.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of what I was saying about the highway police being a kind of a police force that appears to people that is an ostensive police force, as you would say in Brazil. So this was a case in, I believe it was in May of this year, when Genivaldo de Jesus, a man who had, he had mental problems, he was pulled over by the highway
It was
police.
black.
Yeah, and had mental problems, pulled over by the highway police because he wasn't wearing a helmet. And eventually he was tortured. He was thrown into the back of a federal highway police vehicle, and they threw tear gas canisters into the boot of the vehicle and closed it on him. And he eventually suffocated and died. And this caused great outrage, but it was also another part of the confusion was that why was the federal highway police involved in something like this? This wasn't something we'd seen before, this kind of brutality coming from them. And I think that was, maybe the kind of our first step to realizing that, this force is way more tied to the Bolsonaro government than we thought.
Yeah. Now, let's go back to our results. And it's interesting because we were shocked a little bit by the results in the first round because as they came, Jair Bolsonaro was much higher than we thought he would be, than the polls had him. These are kind of shocking as well, at least for me, but in the opposite way, because I would assume that we would see by like 5:30 or something, Bolsonaro with 65% of the valid votes, and we wrote this in our daily newsletter for premium subscribers, that one of the risk factors that we were taking into account is that if Bolsonaro is way ahead with 50, 60, 70% of the polls counted, then he may get a press conference and declare himself winner of the vote, and then call foul play if the results would say otherwise. So now with over 13% of the ballots counted, he has a very slim lead. And this is not counting a lot of the ballots from the Northeast. And I would assume with so many people taking hours to get to the polls, maybe we're going to have a lot of these ballots being counted late. So it's not auspicious to Bolsonaro to have just a 51.7 lead at this point.
Yeah, really, that is quite surprising because, I mean, I'm not an expert on polls or elections and how these things work, but the simple fact that a lot of experts are saying that basically what we need to look out for is Bolsonaro is going to start in the lead, and then Lula, throughout the night will, gradually eat away at that lead, and then they suggest that if Lula takes the lead, then that will become unassailable, that he will not be beaten. And, when we're looking at this, again, I'm not an expert, I'm not the person we will have a few experts on to predict this, to forecast this soon. But I would say that lead that Bolsonaro has, 51.7% against Lula's 48.23%, I would say that's not going to last for that long.
Yeah, no, this is quite interesting. It's going to be quite an eventful night, I think. Now, before we continue with our coverage, I would just like because the Brazilian Report is the journalistic engine that fuels every piece of content we make, from YouTube videos to our weekly free podcast to this live broadcast. So we ask our viewers to subscribe to to the Brazilian Report. If you are already subscribed to the Brazilian Report, then please go to Buy Me a Coffee. There's a QR code on the bottom left end of your screen, and just put your phone against it, and you go to our Buy Me a Coffee webpage. That if you become a member there, you're going to have access to exclusive content. You're going to know how the sausage is made in the Brazilian Report. And I mean, it's not ugly at all, by the way. This is an independent venture. And we want to share with our members, with our supporters, how we do the things we do. So we're going to just bring this a little bit of promo. Just bear with us. And we're going to be back with more results and more experts and more analysis on the Brazilian presidential runoff.
Enjoying our live election broadcast? If so, you're bound to like our podcast, Explaining Brazil. Our mission at the Brazilian Report is to provide you with in-depth content about Brazilian politics and economics, and our podcast is one of the ways to start understanding a country as complex as Brazil, all for free.
My name is Gustavo Ribeiro. I'm the editor-in-chief of the Brazilian Report. This is Explaining Brazil.
Hosted by Editor-in-Chief Gustavo Ribeiro and myself, Editor Ewan Marshall, we bring you the most important topics happening in Brazil every week, as we interview journalists from our award-winning newsroom or invite special guests. Most recently, our hard work has paid off, as Explaining Brazil has been included in the Apolitical Foundation's summer listening list of 65 political podcasts from around the world. So if you want to become a Brazilian insider, stream Explaining Brazil wherever you get your podcasts today. The morning after the first round of Brazil's presidential election, the population was still trying to understand and explain what had happened the night before. But there wasn't much time for reflection, as the runoff campaign would quickly get underway, with 4 weeks of planning ahead of the crucial runoff vote. 4 weeks is a very long time in Brazilian politics, so here's a recap of the comings and goings over the last month. The first big question concerned the losing candidates and who they would back in the second round. Though Simone Tebet and Ciro Gomes finished third and fourth with little more than 6 million votes combined, the tight margins at the top meant that their support could be enough to decide between Lula and incumbent Jair Bolsonaro. 2 days after the first round, Ciro Gomes' Democratic Labour Party came out in favour of Lula. Gomes himself, however, chose to remain in the background, refusing to give an outright endorsement. In a social media video, Gomes said that he would follow his party's decision without even mentioning Lula's name once. 1 day later, Simone Tebet announced her endorsement of Lula, but unlike Ciro Gomes, she would go on to become an important figure in Lula's runoff campaign, accompanying him on some public rallies. Bolsonaro, meanwhile, enjoyed endorsements from elected state governors, particularly Romeu Zema in Minas Gerais. The second most populous state in Brazil, Minas Gerais typically picks the winner of presidential elections. Bolsonaro trailed Lula there in the first round, but support from Zema has given him a solid platform in a key state. With the lines of support drawn, the campaign took something of a bizarre turn, discussing issues as strange as Freemasonry, cannibalism, and even paedophilia. A video of Jair Bolsonaro resurfaced in which he told the story of meeting a group of underage Venezuelan refugees on the outskirts of Brasilia. He inferred that the girls were sex workers and said that he, quote, felt a vibe from them and asked if he could enter their home. The video caused a social media storm, prompting the president to hold an emergency live broadcast in the middle of the night to stress that he is not a paedophile. Only a few days later, Lula and Bolsonaro faced off in the runoff's first televised debate. In a tense affair, the pair barely engaged in any discussion about proposals or Brazil's problems. Instead, they hurled insults at one another. Lula started the debate well, focusing on the Bolsonaro government's pandemic mismanagement, but the former president was left cornered as the discussion turned to corruption. Online, the two candidates became locked in a war of social media engagement. As Lula and Bolsonaro took part in popular podcasts, streams and TV shows, they each sought to outdo the other by breaking viewing records. In the same week, superstar Brazilian footballer Neymar took part in a live broadcast alongside the president, while hugely popular Brazilian streamer Casimiro announced his support for Lula in what was the most liked tweet in Brazilian Twitter history. Entering the final week of the campaign, Bolsonaro was hit with another scandal. The federal police showed up at the house of former congressman and staunch Bolsonaro ally Roberto Jefferson to arrest him for breaching conditions of his house arrest agreement. But instead of going quietly, Jefferson fired his assault rifle at the police and threw 2 grenades, injuring 2 police officers and leading to a standoff that lasted almost an entire day. The incident threw the Bolsonaro campaign into complete disarray. While some Bolsonaro supporters initially defended Jefferson and complained about the police operation, Bolsonaro was forced to disown his ally, calling him a criminal. The runoff campaign has been a bumpy ride for both candidates, and according to the polls, the outcome of the election is anyone's guess. It's safe to say that whoever wins is likely to do so by a very tight margin, and if that winner is not Bolsonaro, experts say the chance of the president seeking to cause post-vote disruption is high.
And I would like to, first of all, to thank Fabiani Lee Perrella. I just saw that she bought us 3 cups of coffee, so thank you very much, Fabiani. This is how you support independent journalism. Now, I want to bring CD Silva back from Brasilia because this day, even though this is a highly consequential presidential election, and this has been a quite disturbing day in many ways, the presidential election is by no means the only thing at stake today. Is there not the case today? We have 12 governorships also at stake. I would like to talk to you a little bit about São Paulo, where I am right now, because you wrote a piece that was very interesting about how Bolsonarismo took over São Paulo, which used to be a very reliable stronghold for the Brazilian Social Democracy Party, the PSDB. They had won 7 straight elections, a few of them in first-round landslides, but now we have a pro-Bolsonaro candidate and a Workers' Party candidate in the runoff, and the PSDB is nowhere in this race right now. So, Cede, can you talk to us a little bit about the São Paulo race and what you found more noteworthy in this electoral process? Do we have Cede?
This
Cede, I think you're on mute.
Oh, this was my fault. I think you can hear me now.
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay. So São Paulo, which is Brazil's most populous and wealthiest state, is a great example of how polarization took place in Brazilian politics, and how the far right and voters preferred picking the far right over center left, center right parties. São Paulo was ruled for 28 consecutive years by the Brazilian Social Democracy Party and its governors or lieutenant governors, and this has come to an end because a lot of voters in São Paulo picked Tarcísio de Freitas for governor, and he's now facing a runoff, as you said. Tarcísio de Freitas was the infrastructure minister during the Jair Bolsonaro administration, and he has some proposals that are very close to Bolsonarismo. Chiefly among them is his proposal to remove cameras from the uniforms of police officers. So Bolsonarismo is a movement that is very concerned with transparency when it comes to voting machines and when it comes to vaccines, and they distrust vaccines and voting machines a lot, but they trust the words of police officers, notably when police officers shoot someone and when police officers try to get out of trouble. Tarcísio de Freitas is the pro-Bolsonaro camp in this election for governor in São Paulo, and he is, as polls showed, he's ahead of this race.
Right. And so I remember one other piece that you wrote for us was about vote splitting and the fact that, I mean, you wrote a couple of other pieces for us that I want you to bring them because they're all relevant at this point right now. You wrote about the fact that because Brazil has imported so many culture wars from the US that eventually our electoral map is in many ways mimicking the US in a way that you know for whom a region will vote, regardless of the candidate or of many conditions. And you also wrote about the fact that most Brazilians, or that vote splitting in Brazil is quite common. So you will vote left for governor, right for president, far right for state lawmaker, far left for federal lawmaker. That's something that quite often happens in Brazil. But in this runoff election in São Paulo, I am quite surprised of how the percentages are similar in the national race for president and the governor's race. So with almost 9% of the ballots counted in the state of São Paulo, which is Brazil's largest constituency. We have 58% of the votes in São Paulo for president going to Jair Bolsonaro, 41% for Lula, and almost the same percentages for governors. So Tarcísio de Freitas, the pro-Bolsonaro candidate for governor, has just 60,000 votes fewer than Jair Bolsonaro. It's pretty much the same tallies, right?
Yeah, so in São Paulo, you're seeing the race for governor mirroring very closely the presidential election so far. The percentages are strikingly similar, which is a heavy indicator that on the runoff stage, unlike the first round, Paulistas are not splitting their tickets. They're voting for the same camp in both for president and for governor. However, in our home state of Minas Gerais, we can see that with 12% of votes in, Lula is leading very slightly ahead of Bolsonaro, 50.5%, which is first bad news for Bolsonaro because we saw
15,000 votes apart.
Yeah, like it's a hair-splitting difference. This is bad news for Bolsonaro because, as we discussed before, the percentages this year for Minas Gerais and also in other elections are very close to the national percentages. So we might see something very similar to this when the polls are completely counted in. And
now, if I may interrupt you just a little bit, for people who are not so familiar with Minas Gerais, our great state with the most awesome food in Brazil, by the way, can you explain a little bit why the tallies in Minas are so similar to the tallies nationwide for president?
Yeah, so Minas Gerais is a very big state. It's about the size of continental France with over 20 million people. And Minas Gerais is, in a sense, very similar to Brazil nationally because you have a poorer region in the north, which is close to the northeast. You have a sort of agricultural belt, which is closer to the center-west. You have a different coffee-producing region in the south, which is close to São Paulo. You have the people,
which is where I come from, by the way.
Precisely. You have the people in Juiz de Fora in the eastern border with Rio de Janeiro. So Minas Gerais, in a certain sense, a small copy of Brazil. It's very representative of Brazil as a whole because it has so many different regions and so many different economies. So you've got mining and agriculture, but also services. You've got the poor north, which is very close to the northeast, and people have accents which are closer to the accents in Bahia. So Minas Gerais is very representative of Brazil as a whole, despite not having a coast and not having a beach in Minas Gerais. It's still a representative of Brazil as a whole. Back to vote
perfect, splitting. Right?
Yeah, no one's perfect. Back to vote splitting. What happens in Minas Gerais and what might be crucial for a potential Lula victory is precisely the vote splitting in Minas Gerais, because even though Mineiros elected or re-elected Governor Romeu Zema of the Libertarian Novo Party in the first round. Most mineiros voted for Lula in the first round, and so far the results coming in, more mineiros voted for Lula rather than Bolsonaro, despite re-electing a governor who got very closely aligned with Bolsonaro. So perhaps vote splitting in Minas Gerais will define the election.
And just to make it clear, Paulista is someone who comes from the state of São Paulo, Mineiro from Minas Gerais. Now, Cede, before we go back to the results, so now with almost a quarter or just a little over a quarter of ballots counted, the difference between Bolsonaro and Lula are even slimmer, 51.26% versus 48.74%. This is 800,000 votes apart. And once again, we still have 75% of ballots to be counted, many of them in the Northeast. So this bodes well for Lula, at least at this point. I just want to say that this is taking account history, but as the 2022 race has shattered past history on many ways. And one of them is what I want to talk to you right now is the low level of debating in this campaign. Because yes, in other races, we saw religious themes coming to the forefront. We saw candidates delivering blows below the waistline. We have seen candidates being accused of trying to create fake dossiers to tarnish the other guy. But would you agree that this might have been the weirdest campaign? Because do you remember in past campaigns having had to write about which kind of devil Baphomet is, or talk about the Freemasons, or talk about the fact that the president has paid for ads saying that he's not a pedophile?
Yeah, definitely. The presidential debates on television, I understand, they were sort of normal. It's what we would expect from the Brazilian election. Most of those themes did not reach the presidential debates when the candidates were live speaking one to another like we're doing right now. However, on TV and on the internet, this campaign was extremely weird. We began the first week of the runoff basically discussing whether or not Bolsonaro is a cannibal and whether or not he belongs to the Freemasons. And this was heavily discussed on evangelical groups, because a lot of Protestant evangelical Pentecostal churches in Brazil are very heavily opposed to Freemasonry, which is also the position of the Catholic Church. And the position or the talking point that Bolsonaro is a Freemason is not entirely out of the blue. Bolsonaro, when he was a congressman and he was still beginning his presidential campaign, he did went to Freemason lodges, is how the Freemasons called their temples. And so he did attend some meetings there, which for some observers is not a problem at all. But if you belong to a church who says that the Freemasons are evil and the Freemasons are associated with the devil, it can be very hurtful for your candidacy, especially when your candidate has a lot of supporters among evangelical Neo-Pentecostal churches. Then came the point of cannibalism. So years ago, while I was still a congressman, Jair Bolsonaro gave an interview to the New York Times. This is true. This is being taped. There is a video of it. And Bolsonaro alleged that he was invited while visiting an indigenous community in the Amazon, that he was invited to eat a dead indigenous person. And then several indigenous organizations came out saying, this does not actually happen. There's no cannibalism. What happens is in some of these tribes, the relatives of a dead person that has already died of natural causes, they will burn the body and then they will eat part of the ashes with banana. But only the relatives are invited, and they don't eat human flesh. The body is already burned when they do this. They eat the ashes.
Yeah, it's not a barbecue, right?
It's not a barbecue. It's not cannibalism. It's not like early 16th century literature about Brazil. Oh, these Brazilian Indians, these Brazilian indigenous people, they are cannibals, they're wild, they're savages. And it's really definitely not like that. But since Bolsonaro said it himself and it was on video, Lula's campaign used this footage on Lula's ads for people not to vote for Bolsonaro. Look at this, he's a cannibal. And it was Bolsonaro himself saying this false story. And then Bolsonaro's lawyers went on for the Workers' Party not to air that ad. And then came, I believe you have discussed this previously, the thing about Bolsonaro not being a pedophile, which is once again the Bolsonaro's words coming back to haunt him, as we explained, because this whole visit was...
and not only his words coming back to haunt him, but also another case of bravado of him making accounts of things that did not happen, as he was saying, right?
Precisely. So as you've probably discussed, and so just the readers that are turning now might know, in 2021, at the middle stage of the pandemic, President Bolsonaro visited a Islam community nearby the presidential palace. It's about 20 kilometers, about 12 miles away from the presidential palace here in Brasilia. He visited this neighborhood, and there was this poor house with Venezuelan refugees. Bolsonaro himself made video footage of his visit at the time. And this footage was actually broadcast live by CNN Brazil here in Brazil. So everything was shown on the light of day. He shows this house. There's this Venezuelan girl living there. He asks about the living conditions. Why did you come to Brasilia? You're escaping Venezuelan socialism, etc. Okay, the story could end there. But a few weeks earlier, now during the elections, Bolsonaro claimed that he had visited in Brasilia the São Sebastião community. He had visited these Venezuelan girls, and he was absolutely certain that these Venezuelan girls were child prostitutes. And then came all the outrage. First, if they were child prostitutes, why didn't you do anything about it? Why did you alert the authorities? Why did you call the police? Why did you just simply leave the place? They're not in Venezuela.
It's a moral issue. It's in the law. If you are a public official, you are mandated by the law to report any illegal activity whatsoever that you witness.
Precisely. It's also a federal crime for a federal public employee to see crime and not report about it. And since he used the expression pintou clima, which is kind of, there was a spark, there was something between us, which is an expression he does not often use, by the way, and he doesn't use this in his Thursday weekly broadcasts. Allegations came that Bolsonaro is a pedophile because he went to this house with child prostitution and he didn't do anything about it. And of course, Lula's campaign, and especially Congressman André Janones, which is the left-wing troll to fight the right-wing trolls, they heavily use this issue to promote the idea that Bolsonaro, if he's not a pedophile, at least he's comfortable with the idea of going to a child brothel and not doing anything about it. Just to use this as an issue to say how Venezuelan socialism is so bad, despite these girls already living in Brasilia.
And the thing, you're talking about André Janones, and people who want to know more in depth who André Janones is and why he's so important, we have written a story about him, penned by Lucas Berti. Now, just before I ask you another question today, I just want to thank two people, Jeff H., who bought us 3 cups of coffee, so thank you very much, and Kars Vresvik, and I hope I'm saying your name correctly, who became a member in Buy Me a Coffee. So thank you both very much, and please keep the coffees coming. By the way, today you're a coffee guy? No, right?
Yes, I'm having coffee right now. I'm a strong coffee drinker, yeah.
Yeah, well, I think we all... I'm with one. I'm doing the branding. For our company.
I still need to get these here in Brasilia. I've got a Monica one, which is also very Brazilian. This is Monica.
But you got one in our annual meeting in November, so prepare a space in your travel bag.
Looking forward to it. So back about Andrea Giannonis, the right wing on the internet especially is very famous for its trolls, the largest of which, of course, is Donald Trump. So trolling in the internet refers to doing provocative statements that are designed to provoke outrage and disgust and people to comment on it. And because of the way that social media works, if you say and write outrageous things, you're actually rewarded for that because you get more views, you get more fans, you get more people to talk about you, and so on and so forth. Back in 2018, Bolsonaro's campaign was very successful in pitching and in leading the debate on what the subjects should be. And so Bolsonaro's campaign did a lot of trolling about what Lula and the Workers' Party would do, about conspiracy theories, about things that the education ministry was not going to provide, but they ventilated this fake news and this fake allegations, slanderous stories about the Chinese are going to take over Brazil, they're going to buy land in Brazil, and these kind of things that are very respected for Tucker Carlson viewers, but which are not actually true. So Bolsonaro won the election. He has the help of all these trolls, and for the last 4 years, Bolsonaro and his supporters have been dominating the news and dominating all the headlines because they get to say what is news, and they get to say the loudest, craziest things, such as, for example, proposing a select House committee to investigate Petrobras, which is run by the Bolsonaro government.
Exactly, it's the government acting as if it were the opposition.
Precisely. And these things became the norm in Brazil. So you have the government doing all this discussion on what is going on at the Petrobras, what is going on at the state company that Bolsonaro can just pick up the phone and order someone to forward him the information, and that's it. But it becomes a debate and a false debate. So then comes in, the empire strikes back. Then comes the Andrea Giannonis. Andrea Giannonis is the left-wing troll to troll the right-wing trolls. And he was very successful in this runoff because he was one of the agitators, one of the most important influencers in dictating that what we should be discussing is whether or not Bolsonaro is a cannibal or a Freemason or a pedophile, which are all false, but it's the thing where the spell the spell reversed against the wizard.
Yeah. Now, Sede, just a little thank you for Stefano Harney. 3 cups of coffee. Thank you very much, Stefano. And also James Coney, who just became a member on our Buy Me a Coffee membership program. So thank you very much. He says he loves the podcast. We're going to have a new episode on Wednesday with the results that we are talking today. Now, Sede, I've just seen the results in Minas Gerais, and President Jair Bolsonaro has taken the lead. The lead went at one point a little wider, now has shrunk a little bit. Bolsonaro is with 50.4% of the votes. Now, Minas is as close to a bellwether state as we can get in Brazil. At the same time, as we have talked about in our live broadcast to warm up the elections on Friday, this is a country where we have a one-man, one-vote system. So if Lula manages to increase his lead in the Northeast, he could offset any setbacks in southeastern states, which tend to lean more conservative. What do you make of Bolsonaro passing ahead? Now the lead has widened a little bit, 50.5%, with almost 22% of the ballots counted in this great state of Minas Gerais. So then what do you make of it? Is it something noteworthy at this point, or are we still too early in the count? Because as you said, we have more isolated communities in the north of Minas who tend to have their ballots counted later. What do you make of it?
Yeah, I wouldn't draw any conclusions. especially considering that nationally, if you pick up the website and click Brazil instead of Minas Gerais, nationally, Bolsonaro has just dropped below 51%. Since, for the first time since the results actually start coming in. Bolsonaro started the national polls at over 55%, and he has been decreasing every hour so far. So 54, 53, 52, and now he's below 51. So since Minas Gerais polling stations are so far, we have a little over 20% of the vote. I wouldn't draw any conclusions, and I would call more attention to the national result, which we have seen Bolsonaro dropping slowly and gradually, but always dropping since the results started coming in.
And by the way, Sede, to your point, I'm seeing an analyst, a professor from the Federal University of Pernambuco, and he's doing an interesting comparison. He said that in the first round, when 35% of the ballots had been counted, Jair Bolsonaro had the lead of almost 3.5 percentage points. And now his lead at that same point was 1.5%. 1.7% of the votes. So for people who support Lula, this may seem auspicious, but once again, we're still too early, and this is a race that might be called in the 11th hour, as we say. Now, today, in terms of the governorships outside of São Paulo, where we talked in more detail, we are seeing already some races being called by polling institutes. For instance, Eduardo Leite it was called the winner in the Rio Grande do Sul race. Now, I want, and this is a doubt that I have, because Eduardo Leite, he was elected governor in 2018. He led this very pro-business, pro-privatization administration. He came out as the first sitting governor to come out as a homosexual man. And he made the point that this was not part of his political identity, but he thought that it was important for people to know that about that part of his identity. And then he resigned because he wanted to run for president. Now, he lost his party's primaries. He tried to do behind-the-scenes pressure in order to get the nomination. That did not work out, and now he went to run for his old office back. Sede, do you know, does this count as a re-election, or the fact that he resigned earlier this year allows him to actually eventually try to win a third straight election in his state 4 years from now?
Yeah, so legally, it's not a re-election legally, and he used that argument precisely to run again because he had pledged not to run for re-election. And since he resigned and is going for office again, this counts as a new election. But he actually, this is actually his plan B. So what happened was Eduardo Leite, which is a very ambitious millennial, he tried to run for president as the candidate for president of the PSDB, the Brazilian Social Democracy Party, which is the party that ruled São Paulo for 28 years, as we said, and used to be a very strong party and the main opposition to the Lula and Dilma administrations back from 2003 to 2016. But Eduardo Leite, he participated in the PSDB primaries. The PSDB was the only Brazilian party to hold primaries, U.S. style, and Eduardo Leite lost to São Paulo Governor João Dória. But despite losing, Eduardo Leite did not accept the loss because he kept saying that he wanted to run for president, perhaps even in another party. March this year, which was the deadline for people that want to run for a different office to resign, because in Brazil, if you're not running for re-election, you need to resign to run for a different office. So in March, Eduardo Leite resigned as governor, is still aspiring to be a candidate for president. And this did not work out. João Dória himself also quit the race because his party did not support him. Yada, yada, yada. The PSDB did not run any candidate for president, and they nominated the vice presidential nominee in Simone Tebet's ticket. Simone Tebet, the senator who finished in a distant third place in the first round of elections. And since Eduardo Leite's plan to be a presidential candidate did not work out, and he still needs a job, he's running for governor again, like saying to the Gaúchos, people in Rio Grande do Sul, hey, give me a chance, give me my job back. I know I resigned, I know I quit, but now I want my job back despite not really wanting this job and despite pledging not to run for re-election. And
no. So this argument of Leite that I'm sticking to my word and not running for re-election because I resigned. It reminds me when I was little, my parents had just bought this new car that they had like sweat a lot to pay for, and I was eating chips. I was like 5 or 6. My mom said, "Do not put your hands on the seat." And then I started rubbing my hand against the ceiling, which I was technically obeying her, but come on, like it's the same thing, right? He is running for re-election.
The ceiling's not the seat. It's a different thing. It's the ceiling. It's not the same thing. But remarkably, he's ahead. Some posters, as you said, have already called the race for him, even though the Superior Electoral Court has not, because there's still about half of the votes to go. And it's a remarkable thing for two things. First, because it's an upset. Eduardo Leite finished second place on October 2, and now he is ahead. This is not unprecedented, but this is rare. It happens in about 20 to 30% of races for governor. It is becoming increasingly rare for the second place to win on the second round, but it appears that it's going to be the case. And it's also remarkable because it shows that there was also ticket splitting in Rio Grande do Sul, because President Bolsonaro is ahead on Rio Grande do Sul, 57 to 42. So you have necessarily a lot of people that voted for President Bolsonaro to be reelected, but did not endorse his candidate for governor, which is Congressman Onyx Lorenzoni.
Right. Now, like you said, it's not that common to see someone finishing second, overtaking. Part of that is because also, in many cases, the sitting governor arrives first, and he has the state of the public apparatus to work with. And incumbency bias is a real big thing in Brazil. So I would like, Cede, to bring Amanda Audi, our other correspondent from Brasilia, into the conversation, because she had the scoop earlier this week that is a textbook example of how incumbency bias works. Because it's not just because the guy is there that he's the favorite. It's because the fact that he's in office means he can use the public purse to jack up his chances of re-election. Amanda, thanks for coming. Welcome to our live broadcast. How are you?
Hi, Gustavo. Hi, Cede. How are you? Thanks for having me. First, I would like to say sorry for my English is not very good, but you can interrupt me or correct me at any time, okay?
Your English is fine. People will understand you. And the Brazilian accent is something that people love, so don't worry about that. Now, first of all, congratulations for the scoop. It was, and we talked a lot when you were making the story, when you were writing and investigating the story. So can you tell us briefly about what it is and what you found out in your investigations?
Sure. So we received some documents from a bank correspondent, which is a professional that makes like an intermediate the services between the banks and the citizens. And this bank correspondent had in his hands the data, the private data of almost 4 million people who are beneficiaries of mainly Auxílio Brasil, but all of them are beneficiaries of state programs.
Yeah,
That
Auxílio
is,
Brasil being the main cash transfer program that the Jair Bolsonaro has rolled out in this effort for re-election, and the program that he bumped by 50% earlier this year, right?
yeah, and in order to receive the Auxílio Brasil benefit, the person needs to inform a city a lot of personal data to the government, such as, of course, their full names and addresses, their phone numbers, and something that is called a NIS number, which is a specific kind of ID that the government gives to people to identify people of these programs. So this person that talked to us, he sent us these documents with this private data that is not available on any public source in any public database, and we checked them. I made contact with a lot of people who were in the list to see if the numbers were correct, like if it was not made up by some evil mind. I don't know.
Yeah, because that's it. For a lot of people who don't work with journalism, it's important to say that when we get a piece of evidence of anything, we have to check, double check, triple check, because especially during election time, we can be fed with information from a malicious source that are just trying to smear the other candidates. And we have to check if the information is credible, if it's true, and if it has public interest. So that's what you did, right? Because the fact that we have the suspicion that the government may have leaked the data for millions of people to get those cold calls of people selling what appears to be, for a lot of people, cheap credit that will be deducted as soon as they get their benefits, may seem for a lot of voters this much needed financial relief. Now, you explain as well that the interest rates in these loans are extremely high, right? And for a foreigner, I think foreigners who are listening to us, who are watching us, they will like be stunned, because this can get to 51% a year, right?
Yeah, and it's higher than other categories of workers, like public servants, or even the retired people. And so this people, this person, I'm sorry, these beneficiaries who receive Auxílio Brasil, they are in a severe state of need, of financial need. So they desperately need some money, and this kind of loan, it gives the money, right? Like to, I don't remember the actual number. I think it's at 2006. Do you remember, Sade? Uh,
What 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 is your
so
doubt?
how much money a beneficiary is able to get from this loan?
Okay, up to 2,400. You can get up to 6 installments of 400 reais or something like that. But it's 2,400 reais.
Okay, so it's a very welcome money for these people who desperately need this kind of relief, but they are
And
gonna
just for a
be.
piece of context, 2,400 reais is just over 453 US dollars, which may not seem much for foreigners listening to this, and it's not much, but in Brazil, that is more than the average salary that a worker gets. So this is more money than many people, or most people who are in these cash transfer programs, have ever seen in a single month.
Yeah. So in order to get this money, this relief money, they compromise their benefits, like up to 40% of their loans. So I'm sorry, of their monthly payment. So we discovered that these people, this bank correspondents, have this data of this this huge database of people who needs money, and they were calling them and texting them, trying to offer these loans since June this year, and it was only approved.
So 4 months before the government had announced, or formally announced and formally launched the program, right?
Exactly. And the federal court this prior last week said that it's something to put it needed to be suspended for, they asked to be suspended for the doubt that it is benefiting the Bolsonaro's campaign.
Yeah, they said that the program had to be suspended because it could skew the race. And I mean, by all accounts, your revelations show that might have been the intent of this program. Now, Amanda, thank you very much. I don't want to keep you much because I know you're coordinating your live blog coverage. But thank you very much, and once again, congratulations on the scoop. And by the way, you were wrong. We could understand you perfectly. Great English, so great reporting.
Thank you, guys. Good work.
Bye bye, Amanda. Now, Sede, coming back to you with the results, we are now approaching the halfway mark of the vote count. And Jair Bolsonaro's lead continues to get slimmer and slimmer. He's now with 50.31% of the valid votes. Do we know where these results, where these votes are coming from?
We know we need to go state by state. So, for example, here in Brasilia, which is a small state, almost 100% of the votes are already in. So, if you go to Distrito Federal, you're going to see almost 100% of the votes are already in. And Brasilia is Bolsonaro country, and they have already gave their contribution. There's some good news for Bolsonaro in the sense that if you go to Santa Catarina, which is not that big, but it's still an important state, Santa Catarina is the heaviest pro-Bolsonaro state in Brazil. It's still very far behind, with less than 30% of the polling stations in. So there's still a lot of ground for Bolsonaro to gain in Santa Catarina, which is potentially good news for Bolsonaro. If we go to the state of Bahia, which is heavily Lula, also good news for Lula. In Bahia, only about half of the polling results in. As you see, Lula is leading by over 70% in Bahia. Bahia was extremely important for Lula in the first round, giving Lula about half of his advantage over Bolsonaro in the first round. So in the first round, Lula beat Bolsonaro by about 6 million votes, and about 3 million votes of that advantage were in Bahia. So there's still a lot of votes coming from Bahia. So there's still a lot to go. It's still going to be a long night. But as I said, what I'm paying attention mostly is that Bolsonaro's lead has been dropping nationally. He just now had an uptick nationally. He was at 50.35 and he's now at 50.48. But the trend in this first hour and a half has been of his lead over Lula dropping nationally very gradually but surely. We don't know yet when Lula will overtake Bolsonaro, but if it happens, which is still the most likely scenario, it could take some time and take perhaps close to 8 p.m. Brasilia time. It's now only 6:30 p.m. Brasilia time. So in about 1 hour and a half, if Lula doesn't overtake Bolsonaro, then either Lula needs to be very worried or it's going to be a very, very close election.
By the way, Sede, I think we can call the São Paulo election, don't you think? It's about 40% of the votes, and we have 56% for Tarcísio de Freitas, the pro-Bolsonaro candidate. Do you think that there's a way that this highly unlikely comeback could still take place?
It's still too close to call. If I were one of those institutes that call elections, I wouldn't call it so far. But it seems very bad for Mr. Haddad, especially considering that Haddad and Petismo fare better in the capital, which probably the results are already in. So this looks like a very, very tough comeback for Mr. Haddad. And as the polls suggested, and the polls are usually very precise on the second round, as polls suggested, Tarcísio was favored to win, and it really looks like he's very well ahead with over 1 million votes more than Haddad.
Right. So yes, we are recalling this race once again, and this, like Sergio Praça was saying at the beginning of this broadcast, this means that Bolsonarismo, which we said on October the 2nd, has proven to be a force to be reckoned with, a central force in the Brazilian political mainstream. It is now a movement that will govern Brazil's two of Brazil's three most populous states, São Paulo, the richest, the wealthiest state in the federation, and Rio de Janeiro, which is arguably the best known place of Brazil because of the capital city of Rio de Janeiro. So because the pro-Bolsonaro candidate, Cláudio Castro, won in the first round landslide on October the 2nd. Cede will be right back after just a few messages, but please, everyone who's watching us, bear with us. We will be back with more results from state races across Brazil, and of course, the presidential race, because I know everybody is on the edge of their seats, wanting to know who will be the Brazilian president for the next 4 years, and we'll be right back.
Are you enjoying this live stream? Well, let me introduce you to the journalistic engine behind it. The Brazilian Report is a media outlet that offers you quality journalism about Brazil and Latin America, with in-depth analysis, up-to-date coverage, podcasts, videos, exclusive reports, and a valuable set of newsletters to keep you well-positioned throughout the week. So, if you like our work, you really should consider subscribing to the Brazilian Report. Be prepared anytime by having our quality content in your pocket and our newsletters sent to your inbox early every morning. Sounds good, right? You can try any of our subscription plans for just $1 for the whole month. Don't miss out on this opportunity. Go to Brazilian.report/subscribe and find the option that best suits your needs. See you there.
So we're back. Cede Silva, which other state race? I know you're browsing state races all over the place. Which ones can we call? We can call Espírito Santo, which is in the southeastern region. Is the state that it's very little talked about. Renato Casagrande, a very famous politician there, has won re-election with 97% of ballots counted. He has almost 54% of the votes. Now, Cede, Renato Casagrande used to be a senator. He's governor now. And I've heard that there was at one point this movement to try to make him into a national figure and possibly presidential material. What do you make of that? Do you think coming from a state that is not that populous, that is very rarely talked about, can he make that leap from a regional behemoth to a national figure? What do you think?
Well, since the days of President Fernando Henrique Cardoso, which was an exception, what we have seen is that well-respected governors that have good evaluation by their own peoples in their own states, do not make the presidency. Aécio Neves was re-elected governor of Minas Gerais, was a very popular governor, did not make it as president. Jacques Wagner once was talked about as a very successful governor in Bahia, to be a national candidate someday, perhaps Lula's successor.
And a lot of people defended that he should be the Workers' Party candidate 4 years ago, and he didn't want, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I'm not sure the background on that, but he was not picked, and Fernando Haddad was speaking. Lula was actually the candidate until he was barred from voting because of his criminal convictions, and his then vice presidential nominee Fernando Haddad was picked as Lula's successor rather than Jacques Wagner. We also seen this at the height of the pandemic. What happened with João Dória? João Dória was very popular for a certain time because he was the governor that fought the hardest to get the coronavirus vaccine. He closed the deal for the São Paulo state government with a Chinese company to get Brazil's first vaccines that arrived. They were not the first vaccines bought because the federal government made an agreement with AstraZeneca to supply Brazil with a few AstraZeneca doses. But João Dória fought very heavily for quarantines, for protecting people from the virus, for wearing masks, etc., etc. And for a time, this made him a national figure. But as the presidential election was approaching, João Dória completely sank, and he's not running for anything, for any office whatsoever. And more than that, a few days ago, he quit his party. So legally, he could not even run for anything anymore until he joins another political party. So Brazilians, in the last years at least, they have not elected or they have not appreciated the work of successful governors. Renato Casagrande and the state of Espírito Santo.
No good deed goes unpunished, right?
Precisely, no good deed comes unpunished. Yeah, so what? You were a successful governor, so yeah, whatever. So well, we don't care. Renato Casagrande and the state of Espírito Santo are a good example also of this, because during the Bolsonaro administration, there was the secretary and the finance minister named Mansueto, and Mansueto made a plan where states could renegotiate their debts. And the more your state was in debt, the more new commitments your state government would need to pledge in order for you to get this refinancing plan. And the best state with the best finances was Espírito Santo. Espírito Santo needed very little to join this program because they pay their debt, they've got their cash flow in order, they do not have a massive debt, they have money to pay their employees, police, firefighters, teachers, etc. And what did this grant Renato Casagrande in the national stage? Absolutely nothing. Most Brazilians do not know who Renato Casagrande is.
I think he can go to a bus station, Tietê bus station in São Paulo, Brazil's largest, and hardly anyone will recognize him. I mean,
only
not just
people from Espírito Santo will. Only people from Espírito Santo.
Exactly. Now, Sade, let me just barge in just a second. I want to thank Nino, no last name, but Nino just bought us 3 cups of coffee, and he said probably the best English-speaking insights on Brazil, and that's probably more to you than to me, Sade. And Luis just bought us 5 cups of coffee as well. So thank you very much to Nino and to Luis. We highly appreciate every support you can give us. Now, Sade, moving from Espírito Santo and how any good administration may be crushed nationally in terms of recognition, let us go to the Northeast, where I think we have some of the most interesting races for governor, because we have, so let's talk about Bahia a little bit, because I know that you wrote a piece. I mean, of course, I know we discussed that piece together, but you wrote about the governor's race in Bahia, where we had the conservative former mayor of Salvador, Antônio Carlos Magalhães Neto, or known simply as ACM Neto by his acronym. He was heavily favored by most polls, not all. And there was this very little known guy called Jerônimo Rodrigues, and he was an aide to Governor Rui Costa. So most polls were giving ACM Neto close to a first round landslide. Actually, Jerônimo almost reached that point of a full majority already in the first round, and now we are seeing this race called for Jerônimo, which means this is the fifth straight win by the Workers' Party in one of the largest Brazilian states in population and the largest in the Northeast. So what do you make of that? And if you can talk to our people watching this broadcast, remind them a little bit about that race. And before you do, Luis just bought us another 5 cups of coffee. Luis, thank you very much for being so generous, and we highly appreciate all your support. Not only Luis, but Luis with 10 cups of coffee. Thank you very much. That will keep us awake until we have all the results in. So, Sede, please, if you can comment on Bahia.
Sure. So let's talk about Bahia. Bahia is Brazil's oldest state. It was in the beaches of Bahia that Portuguese navigator Pedro Álvares Cabral first set foot in Brazil in the year 1500. Because of this, Bahia is actually Brazil's oldest state, and in the order of precedence in the Senate, senators, when they have an important vote to happen, the senators vote by the order of precedence of the states. And the senators from Bahia, they always vote first, because Bahia is the first state, and Rio de Janeiro is the second. So Bahia has a story that keeps repeating itself, and it will probably repeat itself as the results are coming in. Again, you have a candidate from the Workers' Party who polls second or third place in most traditional posters, and this candidate in the end wins. And there's one poll, a pollster Atlas Index, which always gets the results right. And why does this happen? Why does all pollsters, most traditional pollsters, constantly and consistently making mistakes about the election in Bahia, and there's one pollster who gets it right? It's because Atlas poll, when they go to voters in Bahia specifically, they tell the voters the party that the candidate belongs to. So instead of only saying Jerônimo and ACM Neto, who are you going to vote for, Gustavo? Jerônimo or ACM Neto? Instead of doing that, they say, who are you going to vote for? Jerônimo of the Workers' Party or ACM Neto in União Brasil? And they're the only pollster that does this. And what happens is, thanks to this, they get the polls right, and they place Jerônimo in first place, which is exactly what happened.
Which is quite logical, right? Because when you look at Jerônimo's ads, it was very conspicuous the association between him and Lula and the Workers' Party. So, I mean, one of the jingles that Jerônimo had was Jerônimo is Lula, Lula is Jerônimo. So it was the key messaging because the Northeast is such a reliable stronghold for the Workers' Party.
A very catchy jingle, by the way. And just to mention, readers, so they're not surprised, Bolsonaro is now at 50.01%, and Lula is just about to overtake Bolsonaro any second now. And all indications that we have is that
20,000 votes separate. That's nothing. I mean, that's like you get a street in São Paulo and you have more than 20,000 people depending on the street. This is
precisely, and history shows that once this happens, at least if this counting is consistent with the other ones in terms of which states come in first, etc., once Lula overtakes Bolsonaro, there's no coming back. This is not Mario Kart, where the racers, they exchange places. Once Lula overtakes Bolsonaro, there is no coming back. At least if this election...
Okay, he just did. Yeah. So with 67.76% of ballots counted for the first time in this vote count, we have Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, president of Brazil between 2003 and 2010, ahead of the incumbent president Jair Bolsonaro, who has 49.99% of the votes. Now it's a lead for Lula of 9,000 votes. So, like you said, that once that happens, that's probably game, set, and match. Well, we still have a big chunk of votes to to count, but this is auspicious for the left. This is auspicious for the opposition to Jair Bolsonaro. And Lula, what I was analyzing is that if Lula were to pass Bolsonaro, I would assume that would have happened with something like 80%. So I was dead wrong with that. You also thought that if this were to happen, it would have happened much later, right? I remember us talking about this earlier this week. So, are you there?
I'm here. Yeah, I'm here. Okay, I was off a little wrong. Sorry. Yes. Yes. I also understood that this was going to take place much later when we had about 88 to 9% of results in. This could either be the result of the results are coming haphazardly in a way that they usually are not. So we're seeing more northeastern states coming in first, and Santa Catarina and southern states and Bolsonaro country is still going to take votes in, or we are seeing a landslide that is greater than expected, that Lula's advantage is going to be larger than expected.
Yes. And by the way, just if I may interrupt you, Sade, Jessica has just bought us 5 cups of coffee. Jessica, thank you very much. And just a quick reminder, we have a QR code on the bottom left side of your screen. And if you want to support independent journalism, please donate whatever you can, whatever your budget and your heart will allow you. Also, more importantly, subscribe to the Brazilian Report, because as many people are reached by our content, the better. Sade, now Lula has 50.04%. So the lead is starting to increase very slowly, but surely at this point, with almost 70% of the ballots counted.
Yeah, this is consistent with all presidential elections since we adopted electronic voting machine. This is consistent. Once the Workers' Party candidate gets the lead, there is no horse race anymore. There is no turning back.
Yes.
This has always happened. Of course, this election has defied a lot of traditions, even in comparison to 2018. For example, we saw a major drop in blank and spoiled ballots this election on the first round. And that helped Bolsonaro especially. We still do not have results for blank and spoiled ballots. We will have them soon, and we'll see how they behave this time. But
so do we have abstention data? Because in the lead up to this runoff, a lot of people were saying that this election could be decided by abstention rates, because usually lower income voters are more prone to not show up to the polls, and these voters, all polls show they lean Lula. So we had a record abstention rate for a presidential race in the first round, with over 20% of people not showing up to the polls. Abstention is usually higher in the second round, in the runoff. So a lot of people were saying, depending on how many people skipped the vote, and we had a holiday on Friday, we have a holiday on Wednesday, so a lot of people could have taken this massive weekend to travel. That could decide the election. Do we have the data on the abstention? And while you do, I think we're going to put on the screen a video of the reaction that we had on the streets, because we have video and photo journalists on the streets of São Paulo and Rio de Janeiro monitoring the reactions of voters. And a lot of people cheered as if it were a football match and their team had scored a goal, when the official count showed Lula overtaking Jair Bolsonaro. As soon as we have that, we're going to show in the screen. So, Sade, do we have the abstention data?
No, we don't have the abstention data, because the Electoral Court only publishes those a few days after the election. And when they publish the abstention rates, they will also publish data such as education levels, gender, etc., etc. But this data is not published so far.
By the way, we only had 3% of spoiled ballots and 1.4% of blank ballots.
Yeah.
Now, posters say
this is very consistent with the first round. In the first round, we also had
yes.
about 4-point-something% adding blank and spoiled ballots.
By the way, Sade, there's a few pieces of data that I think are important for our people watching to realize. By the way, we had also Olivier Dustali, who bought 3 cups of coffee, and he said, French reader here, thanks so much for your work. Thank you, actually, for your support. And SEO Streamer bought us 3 cups of coffee and told us, awesome job, guys. Thank you very much. This kind of feedback really boosts us while we're doing this. So, Sade, one thing it's seems quite auspicious to Lula. Alagoas, Lula is with 60% of the votes against just over 39% for Jair Bolsonaro.
Let me just interrupt you quick because it's important for Alagoas. Alagoas is the least petista state in the Northeast.
Yes. Yeah, and this is what anti-petismo looks in the Northeast, just with a lot of quotation marks, 60% of the votes for Lula. Now, only 61% of the ballots counted. So one would assume that a lot more votes for Lula are coming from that. In Bahia, we have 73% of the votes counted and 71% of the votes for Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva. In Ceará, 73% of the votes counted, 68% for Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva. Now let's go to Santa Catarina. Now this is something that could help the president because, like you said, Santa Catarina is this hardcore Bolsonarista stronghold.
And I already checked. Santa Catarina is at 60%. So there's not a lot of votes for Bolsonaro to come in from Santa Catarina because Santa Catarina has already delivered over half of its part.
Yeah, 60%, 61% of the ballots counted. Bolsonaro with almost 70% of the vote there. This is a huge score, not surprising by any means. But Santa Catarina is not that huge of a state. So like you said, might not be where the president will get that lead back. In São Paulo,
Santa Catarina has a similar percentage to Bahia, the other way around, 70% for the other candidate, but Santa Catarina is smaller than Bahia.
Now, Bolsonaro in the first round, he got 47% of the votes in São Paulo. Lula got 40%. That's a gap of 1.8 million between the two. Now, today, with 3/4 of the votes counted, no, this is Brazil, I'm sorry. Let me go to São Paulo here in my computer. With 68% of the ballots counted, Bolsonaro has 2.1 million votes ahead of Lula, so almost 56%. Maybe it's in São Paulo and Minas Gerais that the president can take back some of those votes and maybe take over Lula. In Minas Gerais, for instance, just 61% of the ballots counted. Bolsonaro is slightly ahead, 50.54%. So, I mean, and this is interesting because the polls, they have been quite consistent. The major polls, they have all shown Jair Bolsonaro losing to Lula in this runoff stage. Now, the margin between the two candidates has shrunk over this past 4 weeks. And as you very well reminded us, the calendar went in Bolsonaro's way because usually we always have elections, the first round in the first Sunday of October, the runoff in the last Sunday of October. Usually we have 3 weeks between these two stages. And this year, exceptionally, we had 4 weeks, which always benefits the person who is trying to stage a come from behind win. Now, the polls show that those 4 weeks might not have been enough, but the polls were wrong in the first round. And we're going to watch a small video to talk about why were the polls so wrong, and if they could be wrong again. They might not have been because Lula is ahead, but we still have a long way to go in this vote counting. So let's watch the video that our producers prepared.
On the eve of the first round of Brazil's presidential election, the country's two leading polling institutes, Datafolha and IPEC, predicted a 14-point lead for Lula. But the final results painted a very different picture. Lula came out on top, but only 5 points ahead of incumbent Jair Bolsonaro. That discrepancy left experts and the Brazilian public suspicious about opinion polls and unsure about the outcome of today's runoff election. As well as flubbing the presidential election, major pollsters also missed the mark in state government races, particularly in São Paulo. Datafolha and IPEC have always been considered the standard for opinion polling in Brazil. They carry out in-person interviews, which are regarded by many as a more reliable method of assessing voter opinion. Phone and internet polls, often used by newer competitors, are thought to involuntarily overrepresent wealthier voters, who make up a minority of the Brazilian population. But this year's polling mistakes have rattled that notion. Media outlets that commission many of the polls have grilled these institutes, and the pro-Bolsonaro camp has gloated at their success. The pollsters' mispredictions were used by Bolsonaro to further discredit opinion polls. The president, who frequently says that he believes in the data people instead of the traditional pollsters, said that he beat the lie, and that research institutes were, quote, demoralised once and for all. The government's House Whip even submitted a bill that would criminalise the publication of opinion polls that contain mistakes. And one senator requested a congressional inquiry into the country's leading pollsters, and later the Justice Minister requested that the federal police investigate, quote, conduct akin to criminal activity by certain polling institutes. In recent interviews, the heads of IPEC and Datafolha attributed their mistakes to last-minute changes in voter preferences, especially at the state level. IPEC head Márcia Cavallari said that in São Paulo, 45% of the electorate, quote, couldn't name their candidate for governor without seeing a list first. A poll is not a prediction, it is a snapshot of a given moment. It doesn't measure voting behaviour, but rather voting intentions at any given moment. It doesn't bring absolute truths about election results, she said. A newer institute, Atlas Intel, which does its polling online, was actually one of the closest to the actual results. But it was still far off the mark in São Paulo, but Atlas did get the Bahia race correct, showing a 48-40 lead for candidate Jerônimo Rodrigues. The lowest turnout in 28 years may be another explanation, said Antonio Lavareda, who's the head of IPESP. Quote, unpredictable abstention would be enough to distance polling figures and official results. Indeed, abstention is believed to affect Lula's voters more, as lower income voters traditionally have lower turnout due to transport issues or because many of them work on election day. Marcelo Soares from data analysis company Lagom Data suggests other hypotheses. First, a non-response bias may have occurred, as Bolsonaro supporters are more likely to refuse to respond to pollsters, making the institutes less capable of capturing their votes. Secondly, last-minute changes may have actually happened, as the two front-running campaigns insisted on the need for tactical voting. And finally, Soares says that there may have been a, quote, pure lie, alleging that pro-Bolsonaro groups may have even lied when they were talking to pollsters. Two pollsters associations issued a statement saying that, quote, researchers from several companies have been the target of increasing and intimidating hostility while carrying out their jobs in different regions of the country. But are these reasons enough to explain why Brazil's pollsters missed the mark by so much? Back in 2018, polls had underestimated Bolsonaro's support in the first round, although their numbers proved largely correct in the runoff. Felipe Campanti, an associate professor at Johns Hopkins University's School of Advanced International Studies, says that, quote, there is a worldwide phenomenon of research having trouble capturing the degree of support for populist and extremist movements similar to Bolsonarism. But there is, however, a Brazilian component to this equation. The results of the surveys were sensitive to methodological assumptions, especially in relation to demographics. With Brazil without an updated census, income brackets are outdated, which may have influenced the results. Runoff polls still predict a Lula win, but the gap is now narrower. But will voters believe them? And will they get their predictions right?
Hello, welcome back, everyone. I'm Ewan Marshall, editor of the Brazilian Report. And, we've got a lot of things are going on recently. We're having a look at all these vote counts. We see the former president, Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, is now in the lead after trailing for the majority of the count. We've got 83.01% of the ballots counted. Lula with a slender lead, but it does seem to be increasing. So we're going to continue with our discussions on the election and what to expect for Brazil's future, regardless of who turns out to be the president. And to do that, I would love to welcome Beatriz Hay, a political scientist and a visiting fellow at the SNF Agora Institute at Johns Hopkins University, and she's also a columnist at the Brazilian Report. Beatriz, good evening. How are you doing? Beatriz, do we have Beatriz?
Doing, I think so far so good. How about you?
Yep, not bad. We're certainly very busy watching the things come in and trying to analyze what's going on and suggest where we're going to go from here. What do you think then? We've seen Lula now take the lead in the vote count. Where do you think this is going from here?
I don't think we are going to have any results in the next final results, at least within the next hour or hour and a half. So I think it's a very tight election. I don't want to make predictions, but it seems like Lula is opening the lead. It's following the pattern in the first round. So let's wait and see. But we still have a long way to go.
And do you find that, we were talking for the start of this broadcast, we were talking a lot about these alleged voter suppression attempts, and mainly in the northeast of Brazil, with the Federal Highway Police being involved in, a lot of these routine checks on the day of the election, which, quite surprising that they'd wait until the day of election to carry out these checks. But do you think that, are we starting to see that maybe this potentially influenced the vote, but maybe not as much as we thought that it might?
From what I understand, from what journalists wrote in the electoral court had information that this voter suppression attempt by the Federal Highway Police did not affect the votes as much as we thought it would. That's what I gather from the press. I'm assuming they had access to that information, and that's why they decided to not extend the voting time. Regardless, I think what happened today is extremely problematic in the context of Brazilian democracy. This election was not fair because of the amount of money that the incumbent basically dumped to get reelected in several programs that you guys covered very well in the Brazilian Report. Now this election is also not fair because there was an attempt to intimidate voters, to stop voters from actually casting a ballot. So it's very problematic.
And I mean, just talking about that, the Bolsonaro government's use of the kind of state apparatus to, potentially try to swing the election in their favor. This is a lot of money, as you mentioned, has been dumped into these things. A lot of money which is going to come with, budgetary consequences, I'd imagine. Is this, when is Brazil going to see the cost of this campaign from the Bolsonaro government?
I could not hear the question. Could you repeat it? The connection is really bad.
Oh, sorry. What I was asking was that throughout these electoral measures that we saw, a lot of money being pumped into Bolsonaro using the state apparatus to try to leverage his chances. When are we going to see, the bill for that sort of thing arrive to Brazil? Because, that's a lot of spending. There's going to have to be some sort of budgetary impact. I think we might have lost Beatriz. So what I'm going to do, Beatriz, just quickly, we'll get back to you very soon. I'm just going to bring in now Mario Sergio Lima, who was with us in our last live broadcast in the first round. We had a great little discussion there. Mario Sergio Lima, he's a senior Brazil analyst, and we're delighted to have him back with us today. Mario Sergio, from what we talked about in the first round, how has this race differed, or are we basically seeing the same kind of gap between the two front-running candidates?
No. First of all, good evening to everybody. It's a pleasure to be here again. Basically, this is Bolsonaro really is making this a very tight race. From what we can pick up now, when we're looking at the Lula has about 1 million votes ahead of Bolsonaro now. I believe the final tally will be something between maybe a little more than 2 million votes in Lula's favor, which is by any way you slice it, is it's the tightest race that Brazil's presidential election has ever had. It's tighter. It's looking like it's going to be tighter than Dilma and Aécio Neves. And I mean, Dilma won the election, but 2 years after, less than 2 years after that, she was impeached. When Aécio never really accepted the defeat. But I mean, at that moment, we had a problem, but at least Aécio wasn't the incumbent, so it's not like Aécio could have a lot to he didn't have a lot to actually create some troubles from the election until the final swearing ceremony. But now Bolsonaro has. Which, I mean, I really, for me, the best news that we can get today, and unfortunately, I don't believe we will get, would be Bolsonaro saying, okay, I concede, but I will appeal. Because if he just concedes, he's within his right to appeal. I mean, 2 million votes is a very short distance between two candidates.
Yeah, in a country the size of Brazil, it's a very small margin.
I mean, 2 million voters. It's going to be a little more than 1% of the voters. I mean, it's a very tight race any way you slice it. So, in my view, this will. I am concerned that we will be seeing. We will be entering a moment of some turbulence here in Brazil. I really fail to see how we can have some normal relations from here until the swearing ceremony. And to be honest, Lula will have the work cut out for him. We were discussing this in the first round. Lula will have not only the governors of the biggest states in Brazil are with non-allied governors, but he will also have the most difficult Congress he has ever had to negotiate with. Even though he will probably get a ruling coalition by virtue of a lot of the lawmakers being from what we call the Centrão, which is mostly centrist, non-ideological, but very clientelist types of parties. The truth is, it's still it's going to be very difficult for him to actually have to actually govern, especially in the beginnings. And we have all of what was spent this year to re-elect Bolsonaro will charge its we will have to pay this starting next year. So
Yeah.
it's going to be a very
Manu,
difficult.
if I could just jump in here,
Please.
Datafolha, one of the most reputable polling institutes in Brazil, has just called the election, has projected the election in favor of former President Lula, suggesting that he will win the election.
Mhm.
Do you think that's, is the timing right there? Do you think they're right to project that victory? And, what do you make of that?
I mean, if we go this is a statistical call out and not a mathematical call out, which means I'm neither a statistics major
Right.
or a mathematician.
Well, you got the first round right during our live. You got that spot on.
Yeah, but I mean, I will defer from calling it from now. It's very hard for Bolsonaro to overturn this. It's more than 1 million votes, and when you look at where those votes are coming from, it's mostly from places that he doesn't. Most of the votes are not going his way.
Right.
So this is why, of course, you can project. When you make a projection, you can call it. But I mean, we are still a little, if 90%, so we're 15 million votes yet to be counted. I'd rather err on the side of caution. But if you ask me, I do believe that this has come to a place where it's very difficult to see Bolsonaro overcoming the deficit that he has right now. Having said that, I always tend to err on the side of caution. So there you have it.
Yeah, that's a smart move. That's a smart move. You'll make your bets once the election is done. I think that's the best way to do it.
Talking about bets, this is one funny nugget of information that I think maybe we should be looking more on betting markets and less on polling moving forward. Because as soon as the ballot starts getting open and Bolsonaro's advantage was way smaller than he needed to be at that moment. I mean, you could just see, the election betting, there's a site called Election Betting Odds. When you add that compiles all of those, because those people are putting their money where their mouth is. So at that moment, like you just saw everybody going to Lula, because even if the odds were terrible, at least you'll get something when you get it right. So maybe they are better positioned than the polls, which I have to say again, the pollsters are looking like they have failed. I mean, I'm sorry to say this, but this is a 50. The Paraná pesquisas, which people really try to put a beating on because they tend to be more aligned with right wing, they are probably heading to get it spot on. So I mean, again, so maybe they at least they can really have a good gauge on the Bolsonaro supporters better than the rest.
And another little nugget of information here as we keep an eye on the results. It seems that former President Lula is about to take the lead in Minas Gerais, where he was behind for quite a while, and which, is obviously the Brazilian election doesn't work in the same way as the United States elections, but if we were to have a kind of bellwether swing state, it's usually Minas Gerais because it always picks the winner, right? And so it seems like Lula is just about to turn there. I'm not sure if that's been confirmed yet, but very close. And
most likely because Minas is a huge state, and it's a funny state in a way that it's a very rich state in some areas, a rich agricultural, rich industrial state, but it's also a state that has areas in Minas Gerais which are as poor as the poorest areas in Northeast.
Of course,
there is a lot of difference. There's a lot of difference in the state, and this really translates a lot in the voters. I do think that, I mean, it's looking like Lula is probably gonna overturn Bolsonaro by the slender of the margins there. But it's not gonna be. I don't think it's gonna be like in the first round. It was almost like a perfect example of national voting. Probably now it's gonna be tighter than the national vote in Minas Gerais. Lula is winning. Is probably his Ohio.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
He's winning, but I do think that one thing that is important to highlight is that we will probably have a very difficult transition between two governments. I don't believe that Bolsonaro's team is going to make any life easier. So we're probably going to waste a couple of months in the next year for the new government to actually know what they will face. And I don't believe this is the tragedy is that I don't believe that this kind of tensions will dissipate. I do believe that in Brazil we will have at least almost half of the country. I don't believe that from all of the Bolsonaro voters. I do believe that from the first to the second round, he actually gained a lot of votes from people that are actually anti-PT. They remain anti-PT, and those people they do not like PT, but it's not like they will grab arms to try to they will live their lives life as usual. But I do believe that we will have a lot of people actually contesting and not accepting this result, and it will be very difficult to actually overcome. And for that, I think Lula will need to reach out for evangelical churches to actually get those people. I mean, if not on their side, at least trying to accommodate those people into the faithful into let's cool down. It's a new moment. It's a new government. Usually, an evangelical church doesn't like to be on the wrong side of a government because they have interest. They have interest like legitimate and sometimes even vested interest in the government. So they need to be on good terms. So that's I do believe that's the bet that Lula will have to actually get some sort of normal business as usual when he starts his term.
Yeah, and I think it was just going back to something that you mentioned earlier. I mean, in the 2014 election where you had Dilma Rousseff going for her second term against Aécio Neves, Dilma won by a bigger margin than it looks like Lula's going to win by. And I believe it was the very next day, if not the very next day, then a couple of days afterwards, where Aécio Neves and his party, they entered with they were saying that there was electoral shenanigans had gone on and that the electoral result wasn't actually fair. And now, as you said, we're going to have Bolsonaro in government saying these same things and having that kind of power. I mean, you can only imagine how difficult the transition is going to be in terms of, keeping doors locked and hiding keys, all that sort of thing. It's going to be unbelievable.
What our saving grace, when we're looking, the silver lining in all of this is that most of the people that comprise the government, the workers, they are what we call concursados. They are civil servants, whoever is the governor, whoever is the president. So those people can actually make some attempt on a easy transition. But it's a slender margin, like a very, very slender margin. And like you mentioned, the president, the incumbent president, he will have 2 months to appeal as president. So I mean, it's like something that we never saw this. We will probably have. What will happen is that we'll probably have now in a couple of hours when the result seems final. I do believe that the lower house president, which is a close ally to Jair Bolsonaro, he will come and he will congratulate Lula. He will say, "Hey, Lula, you won the election."
Right.
And that's an important part into deflating the type of resistance that Bolsonaro can get. So Bolsonaro will be isolated for a couple of months. I mean, politically isolated. But at the same time, when you look at the relation, Lula is like, I find it very important to say, Arthur Lira will probably drop the wall, but he won't be building bridges as of now. He will wait for Lula to build the bridges, which means he will be stronger than Lula when those discussions come. It's going to be a very difficult couple of months, and beginning the grace period for the next government will be really short, and they will
potentially
need to
non-existent. Really, the honeymoon period might not even happen.
They always have something, you know.
I think if anyone is going to be able to do it, you would say that potentially Lula would be the man to manage a honeymoon period. He's very experienced in that, you know.
He's the best one to do this, but at the same time, he will need to. He will actually need to use all of his political chops. It's not. It's not something that. It's going to be tough. I mean, there's no way to cut it. It's going to be tough. I mean, and you have to understand that if you win an election by less than 2 million votes or a little above 2 million votes, I mean, you give credence to people trying to say that this was a big steal or anything. It would be so much better if Lula got a huge victory, because then he, or at least, you know, like if he won in the national, and for instance Haddad won in São Paulo, so actually we would have a better type of better type of leverage.
Yeah, like a kind of national platform.
Yeah. I mean, I don't see. You know, sometimes as an analyst, you really hope you're wrong. Of course, not every time. But
then you'd be out of a job.
yeah. But I mean, I wrote a note, a report saying that it would be a close call, way closer than what the poll suggested, and Bolsonaro wouldn't accept it. I mean, this part I still haven't got it right yet.
Right.
And it's going to be a very troubling couple of months ahead. I don't see like a nationwide type of a coup d'etat attempt or anything, because I don't think those people are really that organized. But I mean, you will be looking at localized violence. You will be looking at some people, maybe even an attempt of January 6th. Attempt against the Supreme Court or anything like this. You will probably,
maybe if we bring into that mix the scenes that we saw today of the alleged voter suppression involving the Federal Highway Police. You know, for a long time, people were talking about, the army are going to back Bolsonaro for a potential coup. Then it was the military police, but at the end, the ones who came through from him on the day, in his point of view, they weren't, successful enough, I imagine, because it seems like Lula will finish and win this election.
Yeah,
but,
I mean,
they're going to be behind him still.
I do think that by virtue of people actually denouncing it as it was happening, it really helped into not making it a bigger type of problem than it could have. But it was nasty. It has you don't have any other words to describe it. It's not what a republic should be built upon. And when you look, I mean, you look at the elections. Lula is a little above now, 95% of the ballots. Lula is a little above 57.1 million votes. I mean, Lula had this was what Lula had in the first round. I mean, Lula really got very few votes from the first to the second round. While Bolsonaro already got 4 million votes above what he had, he'll probably get even more. So I mean,
just to quickly interrupt you, Mario, I'm very sorry to interrupt, but our supporters have been buying us more and more coffees for our great work during this election. We have Benedict, Soren Storgard Sorensen, Sasha, Olivier Dostali, everyone buying us coffee, supporting our work, and thank you very much for that. And just want to remind everyone that you can also send us questions on Twitter with hashtag Brazilian Report. And we'll select the best ones, and we will be answering them on air. Just to remind you for that, and also thanks again for all the support. It's been absolutely marvelous. Mario, just continuing there, then. So we've got less than 5% of the votes left to be counted. It seems like you're going to be just about spot on. We're at that's what 1.5 million votes at the moment is the gap.
Yes. It's probably going to be a little above. It's probably going to be a little more than 2 million votes, a little, but just by the slightest, because in this 5%, like you have Minas, which is about to turn. You have very few votes from the south, and the center-west is almost done, which are Bolsonaro strangleholds. The north, Bolsonaro actually lost in Amazonas, Pará, which are the most populous states there by far. So Bolsonaro really lost that. It's very difficult to see where Bolsonaro can pick up votes from. For instance, Santa Catarina. This is a place where he can get votes, but in Santa Catarina, the number of votes, the percentage of votes that are still up for grabs is the same and that in Bahia, which is the bigger, 2 times bigger than Santa Catarina. So it's really not. It's only gonna increase the gap. I really fail to see Bolsonaro actually lost this election, unless we see like a fantastic type of turnaround, which is not likely. Even in places like, for instance, when you look at São Paulo, you have 5% of the votes here, but it's only shortening the difference. Rio de Janeiro is almost done. Minas Gerais is very, very close to turning, but Minas Gerais is going to be a razor-thin victory for Lula. When I say razor-thin, it's like
definitely.
I don't know, maybe 100,000 votes or a little more than that. Yeah. It's like a razor-thin victory. It's difficult. It's difficult when you have that kind of close result to actually say that it's gonna be an easy swift in power.
So I think at this point we're going to be looking at when people are going to start to call the election, potentially foreign governments, because there's been a lot of discussion about that. An effort to make sure that foreign governments do declare the winner in a prompt fashion. And actually, to discuss that, we're going to keep you on the line, Mario Sergio, but to discuss that, we're going to bring in our Latin America editor, Ignacio Portes, who is in Buenos Aires at the moment. We're going to get a little bit of coverage on how this election seems to be going down in Latin America. Ignacio, are you there?
I have no audio.
Hello? Well, Ignacio is arriving. Just bear with us for 1 second. Because, anyway, Mario Sergio, as I was saying, that, a lot of the focus on the day itself was to make sure that the result was going to be recognized by foreign governments. And have we seen anything from that already? Has anyone come out?
I don't think we those guys were really we really wait for the Supreme Court, the Electoral Court to call it.
We're really going to have to wait until 100% of the ballots are counted.
No. I don't think they need. I don't think the Electoral Court need 100%, but they need at least to be in a place where you just don't see a way out. Like I said, mathematical, it's 1.7 million votes ahead. When you have now a little 7.7 million votes to be counted. So, I think at least a couple of percent, 2% at least, we will need to have this so that they can call it. Like I said, it's very hard. It's almost impossible now for Bolsonaro to turn his victory around.
Well, and just quickly jumping in, we've got another 5 coffees bought from McKinley Tabor. Thank you very much again, saying thank you for helping this American understand Brazilian politics. Well, I think that's what we're here for. Thanks very much, McKinley. And as you were saying, it seems to be that we were talking about before the election that potentially what was going to happen was, if it did follow that trend of Bolsonaro opening this large lead and then that lead slowly being chipped away at by Lula, but it wasn't quite what we expected. The initial lead was really quite small.
Yes.
And Lula managed to turn relatively quickly. We had the fear that what Bolsonaro could do was that if he did start with a high lead, that at some point, maybe about 7 o'clock, if he was still in the lead, he could declare himself the victor. And then,
we had this possibility because we always get Trump and Bolsonaro as one, But the thing is, it's very fast to count votes that are cast in electronic ballots. So until the moment where he would just call it and call people to some sort of go to the Alvorada door and say something. I mean, it's such he didn't have a lot of time to do this. Apparently he probably wanted it, but I mean it's very difficult when the counting is so fast. We have to look at this, Brazil we're heading to almost 100%, and it's like it's 2 hours and a half after the election. It's like it's which country? I mean, I don't think even like country like Andorra can't count votes as fast as Brazil. It's really phenomenal.
Yeah. Right, so Manu, Sergio, thank you so much for being with us today. I mean, that was fantastic. So much information as always, and we'll see if you're gonna get the result right. I think it's pretty easy now to call it correctly. Yeah, thanks for being with us again.
But I said that a little more than 2 million votes. So by now we have a little less than 1.7. So maybe I will get slightly wrong, but
yeah. And we're gonna have you back later on in the show. But just to thank you for getting us on at the moment. That was fantastic. And now we're going to display a short video that we put together about the rise of the far right in Brazil, which is something that, even if Bolsonaro does lose this election, which it seems like he will, the far right continues as a very credible force in Brazilian politics, and that's what we're going to have a look at now. Thanks.
The first round of Brazil's elections made it clear that Bolsonarism will remain a strong political force, even if Jair Bolsonaro loses the vote. 8 out of 14 state governors elected in the first round are Bolsonaro allies, and many of the most voted members of both houses of Congress were pro-Bolsonaro, similar to what happened in 2018. But this thriving Brazilian far right is a relatively new phenomenon. Since the country's return to democracy in the mid-1980s, presidential elections in Brazil have mostly been disputed between the moderate left and the moderate right. But traditional conservatives have become irrelevant in recent years, leaving plenty of territory for the radical far right to exploit. But how did that happen, and how did Bolsonaro manage to convert the moderate right so seamlessly? Follow along to find out. Since the beginning of the Sixth Brazilian Republic, known as the Nova República, the country has been ruled by moderate government. Fernando Collor, elected on a bold neoliberal program with moderate right values, he was followed by 2 terms of Fernando Henrique Cardoso, a sociologist whose government was marked by currency stability, privatizations and welfare policies. Then came the centre-left Lula, who ran the country for 2 terms before electing his successor Dilma Rousseff. But as the global financial crisis arrived late in Brazil, economic woes and corruption scandals driven by Operation Car Wash created animosity around the country. Non-partisan protests against public transport fares in 2013 quickly turned into mass demonstrations, with the population expressing its widespread dissatisfaction of the situation of Brazil. And these protests quickly turned to the right. Liberal right-wing movements Movimento Brasil Livre and Vem Pra Rua gained momentum and started to mobilise crowds for a different goal: to impeach Dilma Rousseff and to imprison Lula, wiping the mainstream left off the political map. The protests made extensive use of national symbols such as the Brazilian flag and the national football team shirt. What was initially a movement against the political establishment became a protest solely against the Brazilian left. In this landscape, the anti-left and anti-politics sentiment was captured by former army captain and outspoken far-right politician Jair Bolsonaro. His charisma, outsider status and apparent hatred of the left seduced Brazilians who were fed up with the Workers' Party government, which protests had painted as corrupt. He won the 2018 presidential election, but perhaps his most important achievements came lower down in the ballot. His allies were elected in 15 of Brazil's 27 states, and he managed to turn the tiny PSL party into a massive right-wing congressional force. Meanwhile, many of those votes came at the expense of the centre-right, with the mainstream PSDB and MDB parties suffering huge defeats in Congress. And in this year's election, the collapse of the moderate right has become even clearer. As Lula emerged as the favourite to challenge Bolsonaro at the polls, the centre-right sought to present itself as a third-way option, banking that the population would much rather vote for neither Lula nor Bolsonaro. This calculation was a bad one. Third-way attempts fell flat on their face, and the moderate right split between backing Lula and backing the incumbent president. The PSDB, for instance, didn't even have its own presidential candidate and lost the government of São Paulo, a state it had held for decades. Geraldo Alckmin, who ran for the presidency representing the PSDB in the past, is standing as Lula's running mate. And former President Fernando Henrique Cardoso, arguably the godfather of the moderate right, is also backing Lula. Whether this rearrangement of political forces persists after this year's election still remains to be seen. But one thing is for sure, even if he loses to Lula, Jair Bolsonaro will remain Brazil's biggest right-wing figure for years to come, leaving the moderates behind.
Hello again. So Gustavo Ribeiro back to replace Yuan Marshall, who had replaced me earlier in the lineup. And I welcome Andrei Roman, who is the CEO of Atlas Intel, a pollster who has made some shockwaves in this election cycle because you guys were in past US elections considered one of the most accurate pollsters by 538. And in the first round, you were one of the pollsters who got it the closest to the actual results. Andrei, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you so much, Gustavo. Thank you so much for inviting me.
So before we start our conversation, let me just ask John Lima and Kenneth, who brought us each 3 cups of coffee, and someone who chose not to disclose their name. So please, thank you very much for your support on Buy Me a Coffee. If you also want to support independent journalism, we have a QR code on the bottom left end of your screen, so you can just scan that code and you can check our exclusive content for members. Now, Andrei, I understand that Atlas has a different way to do those presidential electoral readings in general,
Right.
and it has been a sort of controversial ways because a lot of other pollsters say, well, this is not the best way to gauge voter behavior. Why you beg to differ?
Well, I think there is nothing particularly definitive about any methodology. More and more, our world is changing and it's becoming a digital world. So you'd also expect that research methods will evolve to catch up with the evolution of society. What we're seeing more and more in terms of street polls, face-to-face polls, is that they find it hard to capture people who, for example, just drive everywhere. They drive from their homes to the workplace, from the workplace to a restaurant to have dinner with friends, and they just don't transit by foot. I think that was one of the major elements we saw in this cycle, where systematically face-to-face polls kind of failed to grasp the real profile by income of the Brazilian electorate. And in that way, I think, having a digital methodology kind of helped us get to people that were kind of systematically out of the radar for the more conventional polls.
Also because in Brazil, not only in Brazil, but also in Brazil, income is a proxy for voting behavior, right?
Right.
We have richer Brazilians leaning more.
Poor Brazilians to this day strongly and staunchly prefer to vote for Lula, those who earn up to 2 minimum wages. So, depending on how you calibrate your samples, you'll see that, if you have 35% of your sample in this income group of up to minimum wages, which is more or less the representative number according to official statistics, then you'll get one result in the aggregate. And then if you put, 55, 60% of this group, of your sample within this income group, you're going to get a very different result in the aggregate. So it's very important to accurately calibrate by income. And that is, a point that we repeatedly made during the cycle. It's something extremely important. Besides that, you also have, because of political polarization, I mean, we're seeing a country today that is very polarized. It didn't used to be the case, but it's becoming kind of like the US in that way. It's polarization that's not even political anymore. It's kind of cultural. People vote for their candidate because they kind of represent, they feel that the candidate represents their group, their people, their identity. It's not the fact that it's a better candidate. It's just my guy versus someone who's not my guy. And so as this takes place, you have more and more shy voter effects when people are interviewed by human interviewers. So we've seen, for example, a study by Futura Modal that showed that male interviewees interviewed by other males declared a vote intention on average for Bolsonaro that was more than 10 percentage points above a male interviewees interviewed by females.
And by the way, for people who are not familiar with how polling works, because we have very different styles of polling, you can go to the street and interview people in person. There are institutes who do household surveys, household interviews. How does it work? It's me asking you a question and then I have a tablet and I'm filling it, or do me as a poster give the tablet to the person I'm interviewing, the person fills it?
It depends on the methodology of every institute. I think generally it is the interviewer who will fill in the results because they're more familiar with the system and how it works, and it's a faster process if you do it that way. But depending on the country, you can even give people a sample ballot so that they kind of cross. You can use paper, for countries that have paper ballots. And so, respondents will just fill out the ballot and give it to you, and then you'll just run the numbers that way. In our case, people will get to our polls organically whenever navigating on the internet. So, you may be reading some news, you may be searching something on Google, you may be watching a video on YouTube, or perhaps doing some online shopping. There is a chance every single time you do that you're going to see an ad paid for by Atlas Intel for you to answer one of our polls. So you'll click on this ad, you'll be transported onto our interface, and then you will answer just like you would declare the responses to a human interviewer. Is just that there will be no human interaction. So you'll basically see the questionnaire and then you'll just fill it in. And everything
And
is
some of
pretty
the
much multiple choice, so that it's very easy and intuitive. You see kind of the photos of the candidates. It's something pretty easy even for people who are not so well educated, which in Latin America is still one of the barriers to digital polling. But more and more, we're able to create questionnaires that are very intuitive, very friendly, and that are easily understood even for people that are not as as educated. Connectivity in Brazil today is very high. More than 90% of the adult population is an internet user, so that helps a lot.
And some of the critics of this method say that you cannot verify if the person matches the description they're
Right.
given. And I want to ask you, how do you guys verify? How do you think you can do this verification? And also, each polling method has its pros and cons. In Atlas case, what are the pros? What are the cons? And so, what allows you guys to have been so close to the actual
Look,
results?
the major pros is that we're able to collect data continuously. We collect a lot of data, so we're able to analyze patterns that other pollsters may be unable to analyze patterns on a daily basis. We are able to avoid human interaction effects of the kind that I just mentioned, shy voter effects. and we are able to gather within each questionnaires more questions. Because if you do, for example, a telephone poll, there is a limit to how much you can stretch the patience of your respondent, answering questions. So you'll have a questionnaire that's maybe like, it has 15 to 20 questions. In our questionnaires, we can add, up to 45 questions, and that, takes pretty much the same amount of time. So those would be the advantages. In
And
terms
do
of
you guys give a carrot? Because I remember, I don't know which poster it is, that when I was younger, I enrolled, and sometimes I get an email like, "Oh, do you want to answer this question?" And you're gonna get like
Right.
X amount of dollars if you
Mhm.
go until the end. Is there any carrot involved in how Atlas do polling?
No, we don't really need to provide monetary incentives to our respondents, because people just like to answer general interest polls, particularly when it comes to politics, particularly when it comes to elections in
Yeah.
in very polarized contexts. And so it may actually be the case that you would damage the quality of your data if you provide an incentive, because you'll find that many people will just answer
The first one,
randomly,
check the first box every
just to get
time.
to the prize.
Yeah.
So it may not be the best idea to do that. It ends up being the case that for polls that tend to be more onerous, with the respondents' time, market research polls, I want you to tell me, the 10 characteristics that you like about the top three, um, um, detergents you use on a daily basis, or something like that. It will be the kind of study that the respondents don't like to waste time with. But if you really need to understand what they think about these products, then you will need to provide an incentive. So you can have some kind of point system that where people get points, and then they gather these points, and then they at some point get a reward based on them, something similar to like a mileage, a mileage system for airlines. Or you can have a lottery system where you every now and then you have a winner in a lottery, and you award a prize and you make that public, and that may get people to answer. But for political polls, I think that's generally a bad idea,
Mhm.
because we don't need to do it, and probably if we did try to do it, we'd only get worse data than we normally do.
Now, Andre, so you said you gather a lot and lots of data. What does the data tell you about what Brazilian voters want? Because we are now with 98.28% of the ballots counted, and we have Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva with 50.79% of the vote so far. Jair Bolsonaro, the incumbent, 49.20, now has just updated. What voters want?
Well, it seems like they're very split about what they want. They're split in half, and each group wants very different things. Um, with Lula, I think the main theme of his campaign was the economy. So the Lula years are remembered as prosperous years, as much as Bolsonaro has also tried to make a claim that the Brazilian economy was recovering this year, that growth was picking up, that unemployment was down. It still is the case that for the median Brazilian voter, when it comes to the economy, Lula is a stronger pick than Bolsonaro is. I think voters choosing Lula also tend to reject the more divisive style of politics that Bolsonaro has carried out over the past few years. It's also perhaps a reaction to some of the more divisive, policies when it comes to things related to, religious themes,
Gun
gun
control.
control, the Amazon, all of those themes. When it
And by
comes
the
to
way,
Bolsonaro, I think it's a very clear rejection of um, the left wing policies in general. So a certain fear.
affirmative politics.
Right. So, a rejection of progressive values, perhaps, but it's also very much connected to the memory of corruption. So, at the same time that, there is a very ingrained memory of Lula as a president that oversaw a period of growth, it's also still is the case, that his greatest vulnerability in terms of how his opponents see him is the fact that there were corruption scandals affecting, the legitimacy of the Lula government, and then the two Dilma mandates. So much so that Dilma ended with an impeachment trial that was also very divisive for Brazilian society. But yeah, so on the one hand, you have kind of the poor voters. Lula's base is very fragmented right now. It used to be the case that Lula was supported by the poor, and the richer and more educated you were, you would vote for a right wing or center right candidate. That's no longer the case. Lula has two bases essentially. He has like the poor in the Northeast in particular, and then he has the more educated voters, the ones that have higher incomes, and they're also the ones that have college education, particularly in urban centers. So in a city like Sao Paulo, Lula will win the
Yeah,
election,
exactly. He
even as it
won.
is
He lost the
right,
state.
but
He won
will
the
win in
capital.
yeah. So these
Yeah.
capitals, have a different characteristic, and he's also very strong among young voters, the one that are young voters are up to 24 years old. They tend to heavily support Lula. With Bolsonaro, it's different. He actually gets the middle of the distribution when it comes to income or education. He gets young, non-college educated males in a pattern that's kind of becoming similar to the U.S.
Yeah.
To the Trump base. There are many similarities, I think, more and more between the base of support that Bolsonaro has and the Trump phenomenon in the U.S. And in that respect, we also see that surprises when it comes to polling tend to happen similarly, because another distinctive aspect about the Bolsonaro movement is that he has a lot of engagement. So the voters that vote for Bolsonaro will show up for the polls at a greater frequency than the ones that would support Lula if they voted. So I think part of the result here, and it's a bit surprising for me because in our data, we had a better result for Lula. We had him at 53%, and he's now approaching 51. So this is not going to be one of the most accurate Atlas polls, unfortunately. But when it comes to explaining how this happens, it has to do with the level of mobilization that the Bolsonaro movement has.
And by the way, Andre, so in the first round, a lot of pollsters justified their mistakes by saying that there was a massive swing in voter mood just in the hours leading up to the vote.
Yeah.
I want to flag two episodes that happened this past week. One of those was Roberto Jefferson, a disgraced former congressman who is a staunch Bolsonaro supporter. There was an arrest order against him, and he greeted federal marshals with grenades and a military-grade rifle. Then yesterday, we saw Carla Zambelli, the second most voted lawmaker from São Paulo state, and she got in a skirmish with a Lula supporter, and then she drew a gun and followed the man, pointing a gun at him. Do you think these, and you said gun control issues are divisive in Brazil, do you think this could have maybe in such a tight race tipped the scales, or at this point, 4 years of Bolsonaro, we have maybe the two best known candidates in Brazilian politics, the die were already cast?
It's not really clear. To me, it seems that very few voters that were inclined to support Bolsonaro shifted to Lula and vice versa. And I think, for example, an event like Carla Zambelli, on the one hand, you'd think that it should have some negative impact, but on the other hand, if no one shifts their vote and the impact only attracts more attention to the race, it may actually end up just triggering larger turnout. So what is very clear to me looking at these numbers is that the turnout for the Bolsonaro camp was very, very strong.
And by the way, Andre, 98.68% of the ballots, 50.82%. So Lula, since you sat down here, Lula has gained a tenth of a percentage point. Are you ready to call the race?
Yeah, I think so.
So
we
can
call
you
the
can you do the honors? Can you call the race for us? We always have a guest doing that, so we won't
Okay, so
we
I'll
won't
do
get it
the-
wrong if it's something
I'll do
changes.
I've seen enough. I've seen enough. We can call the race.
So we can call it André Roman, CEO of Atlas Intel, Brazilian pollster, is calling the race to Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, who with 98.68% of votes counted in Brazil, will win an unprecedented third term, 12 years after after finishing his two-term stint as the Brazilian president, and his win could bookend the rule of the far right in Brazil after 4 years. In your opinion, and you said that you explained a little bit about this two candidate spaces. Now, this election is unprecedented in many ways. So we have for the first time a former president and the sitting president. And we had two postulates that would not, one of them would necessarily be broken. Nobody has ever managed in a presidential race to win after being the runner-up in the first round, and no sitting president has ever lost. This is the first time that happened. And God knows Bolsonaro threw everything but the kitchen sink in this election in terms of
Right.
social policies.
Right.
And I'm sorry if this repeats a little bit what you said, but in many ways, it's hard to understand how has Bolsonaro lost this election given the how much he spent.
He almost won it.
Yeah. But that's the thing.
He almost
Other
won it.
presidents, should they spend that much, they would get a massive landslide.
Did spend a lot, but if you look at fiscal spending in the aggregate, you've seen a lot of areas that were cut. So salaries for public servants have not increased in years. As a percentage of GDP, public spending has fallen over his mandate. And so people who support Bolsonaro will tell you something like, well, yeah, he did really push the pedal this year in terms of increasing all sorts of social benefits targeting the poor in an effort to influence the race, but that does not compensate for all the major cuts that actually happened over his mandate. So there is a case to be made regarding the fact that perhaps the Bolsonaro government was more fiscally responsible than it appears when you just see the bonanza in terms of spending that happened over this past year. And also when you look at things such as the secret budget that Congress has deployed to benefit the politicians in all sorts of constituencies where they're aligned with Bolsonaro and they're campaigning for him across the country. I think Bolsonaro lost the election in a way that's kind of peculiar because looking at economic achievements and looking at how Brazil went through the pandemic, it was not the worst example of responding to a pandemic. You had significant compensation of people who lost income. You had a significant effort to make payments to a very large share of the Brazilian population to get through the pandemic, decently. You had a vaccine effort that was not a disaster, actually, but Brazil managed to control the pandemic in many ways faster than many more developed countries. It's just that, I'm saying you all of these things, and people will be like, "What is he talking about?" Because I don't believe any of this, and the voters also didn't believe. It's not, the perception of what was the Bolsonaro government is very different from what the perception could have been based on objective statistics. It's just that he never made really an effort. He never defended the vaccine, even as Brazilians got the vaccine, right? He made a point of not getting vaccinated himself. That inflicted political damage. He made an effort of kind of pointing to these social payments that happened this year, the increase of Bolsa Familia, or the new name of the program is Auxilio Brasil, from 400 to 600 reais. Every time he kind of referred to this, it was always in the context of the presidential race, in a debate, explaining why people should vote for him. It was not, in a sense, the same discourse that Lula would have had. We need to combat social inequality and poverty.
Yeah.
So it appeared to be something that was very, utilitarian, and so that prevented him to capitalize on that. And the story just kind of gets repeated, like the communication of the best aspects of his government was systematically a disaster. And you add on top of that, insults. You add on top of that the fact that he referred. One of the things that I really think impacted this runoff campaign was an episode where he referred to a group of teenage Venezuelan girls, 15, 16 years old, as prostitutes without
Yeah.
having any kind of proof. And he kind of repeated
And
that.
saying that there was a vibe between
Yeah.
him and them.
And it was kind of, it was a lie. He
Yeah.
lied. And that's that. And people could see that he lied. I mean, we have lies in politics all the time now. They're called fake news. But in this case, it was attacking the dignity of like innocent kids. So
Yeah.
that didn't fly as well as other, as other events could have. So, it's kind of the Bolsonaro's strength is derived based on his authenticity, right? He is seen by his supporters as someone who's honest, authentic. He say things like they are, and his supporters love that. His supporters love that the fact that he's not like a traditional politician, that he doesn't care about political correctness. So, a very important story to this is that his main challenges and his main weaknesses are also kind of along the same lines of his greatest strengths.
Yeah.
And so it's very hard for him to kind of moderate.
Because that's what got him there, right?
Yeah. So it's a very tricky balance between these characteristics. He tried, but he didn't always get it right.
Now, Andre, one thing that I always worried about this election was not only the results themselves, but also the aftermath. Because Jair Bolsonaro has, for years, disparaged the Brazilian electronic voting system and has repeatedly threatened not to comply, not to accept the results if they don't come his way. Now, Atlas released, and I want to ask our producers to bring this piece of data to the screen, because Atlas had this, for me, was a highly worrisome piece of data, asking voters thought if Brazil was living under a judicial dictatorship. So 58% said no, but 4 in 10 Brazilians said yes. And then when you split by are they anti-Bolsonaro or pro-Bolsonaro, then you have like a massive divide. So anti-Bolsonaro voters, 83% of them say yes. Anti-Bolsonaros, 83% say we are. While 28% of the pro-Bolsonaro voters say yes, we are under a judicial dictatorship.
Yeah.
Can you talk a little bit, because that's the picture of divide that you were talking about?
Yeah, I mean, for me, the most interesting number in all of this is actually the 16% of the anti-Bolsonaristas also declare this is a judicial dictatorship. And I think that for those voters, it's the smallest segment on this graph, but that's all about the Lava Jato trial stuff that was incurred by Lula. The fact that you have such a large number is actually a result of a pattern of behavior within the judiciary, where you have kind of decisions that get reversed and contradict themselves. With Lula, it appeared that the judiciary could pretty much fire Lula from Brazilian politics, get him imprisoned, get him out, and get him president. That's kind of a perception that many people will have, regardless of them being Bolsonaristas or not Bolsonaristas. Of course, right now the focus is very much more on the conflict between Bolsonaro and the judiciary. But I think you see a pattern over the past decade where the judiciary kind of has become the arbiter of everything. And within this electoral process, we've seen this reappear with accusations regarding censorship when it comes to social media posts, with this entire scandal that the Bolsonaro camp tried to articulate regarding the radio ads that were systematically not being transmitted in radio stations within the Northeast. Kind of the topics change, but the judiciary is always kind of caught in like the storm of criticism. It's always criticized by someone, and right now it's criticized by the Bolsonaro camp. But I think that a lot of the story
Yeah, and a
here
few
has
years
to do
ago, we
with
saw the pro Lula camp when
Yeah.
Lula, and now this is quite interesting. You were talking
Mhm.
about divide, and we are now
Yeah.
seeing
We're
who
seeing
won in
the-
each municipality, and we have a striking geographic divide
Yeah.
in Brazil.
Yeah.
Is
You can kind of see some urban centers in the south where Lula wins, but with with the exception of that, the interior of states of Sao Paulo. Probably if I was to think of what Atlas got a bit wrong in this last poll, as I'm looking at this map, it's probably this area of Sao Paulo, um, within the interior of the state. We were expecting a closer race in Sao Paulo than we had in the end, and I think that was a major impact on our final numbers. Perhaps the same thing in Rio Grande do Sul. With the exception of those two states, I think we got things pretty accurately, in terms of the overall pattern of the race. But that kind of points to the cultural aspects of this, the fact that you'll see so much more Bolsonaro voters come out and vote for him in remote in rural areas of Sao Paulo, in the context of such negative focus for his campaign. I mean, what didn't happen in this runoff campaign for Bolsonaro for him to lose votes from an ally in Congress that throws grenades at the federal police car and then picks his gun and also shoots at the car and he injures police officers, to another congressman that takes out the gun the day before the election and starts chasing the sympathizer of Bolsonaro's opponent, to his the numerous statements in many ways that were divisive and insulting, and were kind of uh, capitalized on by the media that is critical of him. And then you see this actually in terms of demobilizing his base, it just mobilizes it.
yeah.
So it's a
It's
very
remarkable if
yeah,
you
it's
think it.
remarkable. It's like it's a real cultural clash.
Now, Andre, I know you have many other commitments now. I know election day for a poster is the World Cup final.
It sure is.
But thank you very much for coming
Thank you
here
so
to our
much,
studios.
Gustavo.
And God knows that finding an Uber in São Paulo today might not be that
Really
easy.
appreciate your
but-
invitation, and count on me anytime.
Thank you very much. We'll bring an ad that's just very short. Bear with us. We'll be back with more on the results. Now, just for you to just tune in, Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva is Brazil's president-elect. We'll be right back.
Quality journalism takes a lot of hard work to be done. Well, that and coffee. Lots of coffee. The Brazilian Report relies on subscriptions for its business model. But even if you're not thinking of subscribing to the Brazilian Report now, there is another way you can support our work. By visiting our Buy Me a Coffee page, you can support us by donating a cup of coffee, and you can also get exclusive content and perks by becoming a member of our Buy Me a Coffee community, such as a special shout out on our Explaining Brazil podcast, a question answered about Brazil or Latin America each month, or even our special Brazilian culture newsletter available on our Brazilian Insider membership. So for us, it's not just about coffee. Go to buymeacoffee.com/Brazilian Report and support our work. It is really important for us. Thank you.
So 99.26% of the ballots counted. Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva has been anointed by the Brazilian people a third presidential term. This is the first time we have someone winning 3 terms, albeit not consecutive ones. Now, we had this massive array of programs scheduled for today. We had an interview with Oliver Stoenkel, a professor at think tank Fundação Getúlio Vargas, about how much of Bolsonaro is just a Brazilian phenomenon, how much it is part of this world trend of strongman leaders. Now, we were kind of rolled over by the events of today with the voter suppression case involving the Federal Highway Police. And we also have an interview with Congresswoman-elect Marina Silva, Brazil's former environment minister, and she commented on these cases. Now, those pieces of content will be on our social media, will be on our YouTube channel, because we want to share with you what they think is important, but we could not bring here to you today because of how things went on. But yes, we have now Jair Bolsonaro managing to get allies elected in Minas Gerais, in São Paulo, in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil's 3 most populous states, but he himself has lost the president. Now, I want to check with our producers if we have Cede Silva from Brasilia, because I understand we have a lot of things going on in Brasilia at this moment. Cede, welcome back. Cede, what's going on in Brasilia? Do we have word from the president's office? Do we have word from the House Speaker, Arthur Lira? What's going on over there?
Okay, so House Speaker Arthur Lira just made a speech to the press, which was televised by TV Câmara, which is the official TV of the House of Representatives. And it was, Gustavo, a very, very weird speech. So the House Speaker pledged that there should be no retaliation, and that whoever wins the election, and national reconciliation begins now. But he didn't say who won. He did not congratulate Lula, and in fact, House Speaker Arthur Lira didn't mention Lula's name at all. So he just made a speech after the results are in, and he basically congratulated the president without congratulating and without saying who won. Arthur Lira also said a very weird thing. He said that the polls in the first round showed that the majority of Brazilians want reforms and a smaller and more efficient state. And that is not Lula's agenda at all. Lula never claimed to have a smaller state. And in fact,
actually, the opposite of that, right?
Precisely the opposite of that, to increase the state, to increase public spending, to increase welfare policies. And Lula has in fact pledged, and his supporters have also pledged, to reverse some of the reforms that have already been approved in Brazil, such as the labor reform approved during the Temer administration. So it seems to me that House Speaker Lira and his ghostwriter prepared a speech if Bolsonaro won, and he didn't. And they cut off the part where he's to congratulate Bolsonaro or whatever, because the Speaker of the House just made a speech and he did not congratulate Lula.
Now, Cede, we were expecting possibly riots because Congresswoman Carla Zambelli, I just talked to Andrei Roman from Atlas Intel. She yesterday pulled a gun at a Lula voter in São Paulo. And now I understand we have Mário Sérgio Lima with us as well. Mário Sérgio, so Cede, while Mário Sérgio is joining us, Carla Zambelli also scheduled for today a victory party right across the Congress building. So what about that?
Well, to their disappointment and to right-wing listeners of Jovem Pan, which is basically Brazil's version of Fox News, it's not going to be a victory party. I'm currently contacting sources, including the Public Security Department of Brasilia, to see if there's been any incident. But so far, I have not heard anything about that. But I'm getting that information as we speak.
Now, Mário Sérgio, before I go back to you, I just want to thank Aaron Berger. He became a member on Buy Me a Coffee, and you guys do a great job covering Brazil. We have offices there as well, and this helped me keep up to date on the major stories of the day. Aaron, thank you very much. This kind of feedback really helps us, and your support is also major. It's what fuels our journalism. Mário Sérgio, the day started in the most convoluted of ways, with accusations of voter suppression against a police force, an official federal police force, the Federal Highway Police. And then everyone was speculating how much of an effect that will have in the final tally. Will Bolsonaro be elected because of that voter suppression operation? Now, electoral courts then said nobody was prevented from casting their ballots. And apparently the results might be on the side of the electoral courts, because Lula is, every update we have, inching closer to 51% of the votes. You were our prediction wizard in the first round. You predicted when Lula would overtake Jair Bolsonaro in the count, and the final percentages of the two candidates. Is this result closer, wider than what you expected? You and I have been sharing messages on the WhatsApp group with other political analysts. And I don't remember your prediction. So how close were you in terms of the Mário Sérgio Lima Polling Institute?
Well, I thought it's easy to say now, but I thought it was going to be a 51 to 49. Maybe I thought it was going to be a little more than 51. Sorry about the noise at the background. But I do think, but I got it right here when I said it's more than 2 million votes ahead, which Lula has 2,050,000, and most of the votes that are coming now are coming from Maranhão and Minas Gerais, which is basically Lula now. So, I mean, it is what it is, you know. I think people from both campaigns knew it was going to be very close. The pollsters got it. I mean, when you look at margin of error, most of them got it right. But it's important to highlight that, for instance, Paraná Pesquisas, which was supposed to be a more of associated with the right wing, they basically got the best. They had the closest of the results. So basically, they managed somehow to get the kind of voting intentions that Bolsonaro and right-wing supporters enjoy. They were very good in the first round, and they were the best one in the second round. So maybe the other pollsters should take a page out of their book. But I mean, it's a very close.
And Mário Sérgio, let me just interrupt you a little bit. You live close to Avenida Paulista, right?
Yeah, that's the noise you guys are hearing. Yes, it's where the people are going to celebrate Lula's victory here.
Exactly, and because the thing is, we have images from Avenida Paulista that our video journalists did, and I want to ask our producers to put on the. A lot of people, they celebrated Lula getting first, and now you're seeing people hugging. It's a sigh of relief. We wrote extensively, and CD, we just updated his piece with Amanda Audi on the victory by former President Lula, President-elect Lula. And we talked about how for many experts and for many political scientists, a second term would then bolden Bolsonaro and would give him the argument, and a fair argument, to say, my agenda is what the Brazilian people want, and I'm going to implement it without many checks and balances. Now, for you, in terms of Brazil's democratic backsliding, in terms of what we're seeing with the quality of Brazilian democracy, what does the Lula win represent? And in terms of how he is going to deal with the other branches of government, what can you anticipate? And I'm sorry to ask you to look at your crystal ball, but it worked in the first round, so why not take a peek one more time?
I mean, Lula victory is basically, I can't stress this enough. Lula victory is saving Brazilian democracy. And why is that? Mostly because Bolsonaro would not have any, the checks and balances would be completely all over the place if Bolsonaro won the election. He has the support of the state governors of the three biggest states. He would enjoy a comfortable ruling majority in both houses at Congress. And this would allow him, in this first 4 years, he basically had to deal with the difficulties of passing legislation at Senate, but also the difficulties with the Supreme Court. He would enjoy the kind of majority at Senate now that would embolden him to actually go against the Supreme Court. I don't buy that he would pass a bill to increase the number of seats at lower house, but that would be like a Damocles sword over the Supreme Court. It's not like I will have this constitutional amendment approved. It's basically saying I have this against
the nuclear option
yes.
On my side, right?
So in that sense, you know, and CD basically laid out what Lira said. I also said this in a report to clients. I said Lira is going to remove walls for Lula, but he's not going to build bridges. Lula has to build bridges to him. So Lira is in a very comfortable place right now, where he can basically say, okay, the Brazilian agenda is not the one of PT. Basically, what he's saying is that, okay, now you have to come to me. Now I do call the shots. Maybe he has some hubris on him. I think Lula can make a run for it if he tries to face Arthur. But my gut feeling says Lula, for now, wouldn't be in the best position to actually try to face Lira. It's better to just try to make some sort of amendments to Lira. Lira, by virtue of just accepting the results, even if he didn't say, okay, congratulations, President Lula, he's basically saying, okay, Bolsonaro, we left you. You are on your own now if you want to try to overrule this kind of decision. I think that's the...
And you're mentioning that this is a signal that he's no longer in the Bolsonaro camp. In terms of what may come in terms of convulsions to the democratic process, and I want to bring Sade back, because Sade, everyone is bracing for what could happen as a Brazilian January 6th. But just so viewers be abreast, we don't have the same system as the US, so we don't have Congress certifying the results. We have a couple of key milestones. The Superior Electoral Court will declare the results this week. And then in December, we have what we call the diplomação, where the president-elect and all of federal officials get certified and are given the document that allow them to legally take office. Now, today, what are the steps here that we may face in terms of trouble for the transition and the democratic process?
Okay, just first getting back to House Speaker Arthur Lira, one good sign is that on this press conference, if you see the footage on TV Câmara, and if your producer goes to TV Câmara on YouTube and get his footage, speaking behind House Speaker Arthur Lira was Congressman Ricardo Barros. He is the Bolsonaro administration's whip in the House. He's a really, really hardcore Bolsonaro strongman, and he was just behind Lira. So his presence there, even though he didn't say anything, the presence of Ricardo Barros behind House Speaker Arthur Lira is a very good indicator that any challenges by Bolsonaro will be a fight uphill, at least in the House, because his strongman in the House is just there with Lira, even though Lira did not congratulate Lula, actually. Speaking of the next steps, as Gustavo asked, so Lula is going to do his victory speech anytime now at Paulista Avenue. And theoretically, we would have Bolsonaro making a concession speech. In 2014 and in 2018, the losing candidate made a concession speech. José Serra decided to make his concession speech after Dilma's victory speech, which was not good form, but he did it. I mean, in 2010. But I do not expect Bolsonaro to make a concession speech at all. So we have
Nor
to wait.
give the sash to Lula in a formal ceremony on January
Much less
the
about
1st.
the session on January 1st. So far, the Bolsonaro camp on social media is so far apparently silent. I think they're waiting for instructions for what's the what the message is going to be. The next step, as you said, so Lula makes his victory speech. Bolsonaro should make the concession speech in a normal, if he were a normal person, a normal politician, but he's not. After this, we're going to see congratulations of foreign governors. The White House should publish a tweet anytime soon congratulating Lula on his win. I'm pressing F5 every now and then to see the message from the White House, which should come really soon. And also the congratulations from foreign leaders, especially here in Latin America, and some important allies of Lula.
Yes, and Sede, let me interrupt you a little bit because I think we have Ignacio Portes, our Buenos Aires correspondent, back with us. I don't know if he's already. He's going to be with us in a couple of minutes to talk about that reception in Latin America and what it means for Latin America. This Lula victory. Mario, you both are talking about Speaker Arthur Lira, and the legislative branch has become the most powerful branch, one could argue. And Lira said a couple of weeks ago, Brazilians will have to choose between the Mensalão, which was a scheme ran by the Lula administration 15 years ago, that bribed congressmen for votes in legislative matters, or the secret budget, which was an informal system of budgetary grants that essentially institutionalized pork barreling and vote for cash within Congress. So, Mario, did Brazilians choose Mensalão? Will Lula have to play by the secret budget's cards? Or is there any space for a different framework of relations?
Yes, there is, but the Lula would need to have the Supreme Court with him. This won't come. This won't come from the lawmakers. He will probably need some sort of a court injunction. And what the lawmakers believe is that even if it happens, and they know that they can't have the cake and they can have the cake and eat it. So they know they won't have the same type of secret budget that they have right now. But they do believe that something will be conserved.
They will have some pork, right?
They will have
some pork.
No, they will have but more than just pork. They will have the control of the pork. That's what's in stake here. It's not that the government wouldn't dole out some sort of incentives to get voting, but it's basically that they want to be calling the shots on that. So at some place, the Supreme Court will probably rule, make some sort of Solomon's decision in which decision in which you will grant something and you will remove something. Which, I mean, it's like the bulk of the equilibrium that you can get here. And this is why I don't believe Lira. This is why I believe that Lira is not really saying, "Oh, congratulations, Lula." He really thinks, and he basically gave a speech to say, "I abandoned Bolsonaro. Now Bolsonaro is on his own. I won't go into any."
He won't go to the Rubicon with Bolsonaro.
No, he won't try. He won't like say, "Okay, let's just appeal the electoral court. This was a steal." No, he basically said, "Okay, you're on your own. If you just want to go ahead. I'm here now. I have the budget on my hand. I don't need to be. But but he's also saying to Lula, you need me. You come
Yeah.
to me. This is
And
not.
by the way, Arthur Lira is up for re-election as Speaker of the House in February. So that will be a highly consequential election that will
Yes.
determine who are the heads
Yes.
of Congress for the years 2023 and 2024.
I mean, Lira does offer the kind of he kind of like he may offer you a protection in terms of impeachment protection and all, but it comes with a cost. So that I mean, I don't think Lula wants to have a guy there that actually he has to buy the support. But at the same time, Lula will not try to have another president unless he knows for sure he will win the dispute. Because if he loses, he will be on the same situation that Dilma was, winning a contested election with half of the country against you and the president of the lower house against you. This is
a death sentence, right?
This is 101 stupidity. He won't go into that route. But of course, from now until February, he will try to have an alternative. But and Lira knows this. Lira knows that Lula will try to overthrow him. But at the same time, now both guys will be trying to test the field. If Lula knows that he will lose, he will go to Lira and say, "Hey, Lira, let's make a deal. I'll make you an offer you can't refuse." Because that's
hopefully
kind of,
without the gun on his head like the Godfather scene.
actually, if we want to be closer to fiction, Lira has an offer that Lula can't refuse. I mean, he's the one doling out the kind of this kind of arrangement. But I do think that now Bolsonaro, I mean, the best case scenario for Brazil, the best scenario, and like markets would just jump if that happens, is Bolsonaro conceding now and Lula tomorrow announcing a proper economy minister. That will buy 2 months of calm in Brazil. That won't happen, unfortunately.
Right. Now, you mentioned markets, so we're going to be back in a few minutes with Fabiane Ziola Menezes. She's our finance correspondent from Curitiba to talk about the markets a little bit. But we're reaching the end part of our broadcast. We have still a little tricks on our sleeve, but I would like to thank Mario Sergio Lima. As always, always a pleasure to have you. And I hope to have you on our podcast in future episodes to discuss that upcoming election for congressional leaders and also the transition. Mario, thank you very much again. And I mean, go polish that crystal ball because it's working so far.
Yes, I mean, I got it. I'm on a roll now. but I mean, it's like
you're a betting guy.
No, unfortunately.
Who is going to win the World Cup? Because last time Lula won the election in 2002, and that was the last time we won the World Cup. So
that would be great. But I mean, we unfortunately we don't have a Vampeta to actually make us laugh in the World Cup. I think we will be biting our nails and toenails.
They start selling furniture to go to Qatar and watch the World Cup. What is your crystal ball telling you?
But I mean, I hope we, as far as we go in that World Cup, you know, this is funny. I think it will be a very demobilizing situation for crisis. So maybe we need to let's just say, okay, if you vote for Lula now, just embrace Neymar and his magic on the field. Forgive him for the support he gave Bolsonaro, because maybe we will need this kind of leeway into some sort of demobilization of the losing mass, because it's unfortunate that some of this is really hard to foresee.
Now, Mario, thank you very much once again. And I would also like to thank CD Silva, always with great insights. And by the way, we got today 51 coffees and 3 new members. So, Mario, you're welcome during the week to come by and share one of those coffees with us at the office. CD, thank you very much as well. We will ship your coffees to Brasilia as well, so you can have them with Amanda. Mario, thank you. Hope to have you back very, very shortly.
My pleasure. I'll surely come back.
And CD, thank you very much. I know you will keep a vigilant eye in whatever developments we have from Brasilia. So if something happens, I know you'll come back with us. But for the meantime, thank you very much. Always a pleasure to talk to you.
Thank you. Always a pleasure. And this is just in. I think Ignacio is going to talk a little more about this. Some Latin American leaders have already congratulated Lula on Twitter. Emmanuel Macron in France has already congratulated Lula. And just now, Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister of Canada, has also congratulated Lula. So we are seeing the world leaders coming in. So far, nothing from the White House. But
yeah, just check Blinken's Twitter account and I saw nothing.
Yeah, and but it's going to come in the White House Twitter account. But we already start to see a lot of leaders in both Latin America and Europe, including Mexico. Obrador also congratulated Lula. So we're already seeing one of the steps in electing a new Brazilian president is when the congratulations for the foreign leaders start coming in.
Right. Thank you very much, Sade. And without spoilers, we'll bring Ignacio in a short time. Sade, thank you very much and congrats on the coverage.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
So, bye-bye, Sade. We'll have this very, very short video. And when we come back, we will have Fabiane Ziola Menezes from Curitiba, Ignacio Portes from Buenos Aires. And we're going to talk about how Latin American leaders are reacting to Lula's third election and how markets are expected to react tomorrow. Thank you very much. We'll be back in just a few seconds.
Enjoying our live election broadcast? If so, you're bound to like our podcast, Explaining Brazil. Our mission at the Brazilian Report is to provide you with in-depth content about Brazilian politics and economics, and our podcast is one of the ways to start understanding a country as complex as Brazil, all for free.
My name is Gustavo Ribeiro. I'm the editor-in-chief of the Brazilian Report. This is Explaining Brazil.
Hosted by Editor-in-Chief Gustavo Ribeiro and myself, Editor Ewan Marshall, we bring you the most important topics happening in Brazil every week, as we interview journalists from our award-winning newsroom or invite special guests. Most recently, our hard work has paid off, as Explaining Brazil has been included in the Apolitical Foundation's summer listening list of 65 political podcasts from around the world. So if you want to become a Brazilian insider, stream Explaining Brazil wherever you get your podcasts today.
Before we continue, I just want to apologize for not being able to have Beatriz. Beatriz Rey is a columnist for the Brazilian Report. She's a political scientist based in Washington. She always has brilliant insight, but due to internet connection issues, we were not able to enjoy them. But you will certainly, if you read the Brazilian Report, because we're going to ask her to write a few op-eds on what happened, historical events today. Now, I want to bring Ignacio Portes with us. Ignacio is our Buenos Aires correspondent. And do we have, okay, so we have Ignacio now. Hola, ¿qué tal?
¿Qué tal, Gustavo? ¿Cómo estás?
Muy bien, ¿y tú?
Very good. Let's speak in English for the international audience.
Yes, let's press the SAP button. So, Ignacio, what is happening in Latin America? How leaders are reacting? Because Lula just confirms this massive trend of anti-incumbency. This is the 15th straight free and fair election in which the incumbent or the pro-government candidate has lost. So what have you heard from other Latin American governments?
Well, two things here in what you're asking. First, there's been a clear coordinated effort between Latin American leaders to congratulate Lula as soon as the trend was irreversible. Like, even if every vote went to Bolsonaro, Lula would win. Like,
so they had that tweet scheduled already.
They had it. They had it. All the community managers probably have a WhatsApp group in which they are saying that someone said now, and everyone tweeted out, "Congratulations, Lula." When it was,
by the way, sorry
Yes.
to interrupt you, Ignacio. So we just have this tweet from the U.S. Embassy in Brazil, quoting at POTUS, so which is the official account of the President of the United States. This is in Portuguese, but I'm going to translate. Congratulations to Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva for being elected the next president of Brazil after a free, fair, and reliable process. We are working together to continue cooperation between our countries over the next months and years. So Cede was talking about that. There's that expression, it's not over until the fat lady sings, with the fat lady being the White House recognizing your win. And we have now a statement by the President of the United States, Joe Biden, congratulating Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva. What are Biden's counterparts in Latin America saying, Ignacio?
Well, everyone came out quickly. The only one to do it before the confirmation was Petro from Colombia, Gustavo Petro, saying a simple Viva Lula tweet. But then immediately after the results were irreversible, Alberto Fernandez from Argentina, López Obrador from Mexico, Boric from Chile, all the important presidents came out. There are still a couple of small countries that haven't, but will probably do very soon. And the one remaining question was the United States, but now it's come in, and we're seeing here clearly some kind of solidarity here with Lula, with all these questions about what if Bolsonaro didn't recognize the results. This adds international pressure for Bolsonaro to concede. And regarding what you're saying about the incumbents, since 2018, we haven't seen a victory for an incumbent in Latin America. It's a pretty incredible streak. Some of the elections were pretty close, like La Calle in Uruguay won very close. Lula won very close today, but no president in South America or Central America, among the Latin countries at least, has been able to sustain a government for more than one period since the Colorado Party got reelected in 2018. And Paraguay has elections now, and it's not clear that they're going to get reelected either in a few months, in the first months of next year. So we're seeing that these have been hard conditions to govern with the pandemic.
Even the ones who have just stepped into office, they have had no honeymoon period, right? You mentioned Boric, his approval ratings were
plummeting,
very low. You guys reported in our Latin America weekly newsletter.
Yes. Very few presidents had a honeymoon. Alberto Fernandez in Argentina had a 6-month honeymoon, maybe, until people couldn't stand the restrictions of the pandemic anymore. Boric had a 3-month honeymoon, maybe, or less, with the Constitutional Assembly made him unpopular very quickly. And he lost the referendum. He lost a key election in the constitutional reform referendum. Petro in Colombia was still relatively popular until a couple of weeks ago, but we're starting to see the polls again going down. Yeah. The only president who really remains popular is
a couple of weeks ago. He just took office, right? In October.
Yes, exactly. He took office like a month or two ago, and he's still relatively popular, 40-something% in the last polls, Petro in Colombia, but he started from higher, from 60, something like that. And the only one who really has remained steady is López Obrador in Mexico, from the big countries. Also Bukele in El Salvador, there are a couple of exceptions, but really from the big countries, López Obrador in Mexico has remained steadily popular. He has performed relatively well in the midterms. His candidate is seen as the favorite when the presidential election comes in like 2 years away, but he's the only one that more or less has managed to keep a steady ship despite all the devaluations we've seen in the continent. The currencies have been very weak. That usually hurts pockets, right? And all the restrictions.
And the pandemic was brutal, yes. Right?
The two things, I think those are the two factors: the currency devaluations and the pandemic. Those are hard times to navigate for any government. I think it really puts a bit into question this idea that, okay, the left is gaining ground in Latin America. It is, but how much of that is the left and how much of that is that it's hard to govern and all the right-wing governments lost the seats? Let's see if how many of these left-wing governments manage to sustain themselves, because many are having problems. Castillo in Peru, Boric,
Fernandez,
yeah.
where you are.
Yeah.
And like you said, because so the right was in power in Argentina, but then anti-incumbency elected the left, but now the right could be poised to win back power.
They seem
right?
like favorites for next year's elections for 2023. All the polls show that the government is struggling to get a little bit more than 30% in the polls, and in a runoff it will be very hard to win, because you have like 30% of votes for 30-something percent maybe for Peronism, but then you have a little bit more for the center right, and then you have more far right options in Milei with like 15-20% of the vote, and in a runoff those votes would go for the right. So it's very hard to see at the moment how the center left could get reelected in Argentina, and it's a similar scenario in many countries.
So Ignacio, thank you very much. Do you think we missed something about Latin America? Because I want to bring Fabiani in to talk about a little bit about the markets.
Yeah, maybe one last thing we could say is saying that it will be important what we just saw in Brazil in terms of the future of hard right options in Latin America. Bolsonaro was the center, really. After Trump, Bolsonaro was the focal point of casting Chile, of Milei in Argentina, of many candidates who were trying to imitate that blueprint to get elected, to govern. And seeing that Bolsonaro lost is a bit of a blow for them, but he's still strong, right? He proved that he did a little bit better than expected in the first round. It was very close tonight. So I think this is a little bit of a loss for the more far right options in Latin America. Probably there are people in the opposition, in the more moderate opposition in Argentina, celebrating today that, okay, it's not always the better route to be more radicalized, but this will be what happens. It will be important to see what kind of opposition the left will see in the future months and years in Latin America.
All right, Ignacio, thank you very much. Muchas gracias.
Great to be here, Gustavo. Bye-bye.
Have a good one. Bye-bye. So thanks to Ignacio Portes. Now I want to bring in Fabiani Ziola Menezes. She was with us talking about the markets and how the markets were reacting to the first round. Fabiani, thanks for being back with us. So what can you tell us? You have been talking to market analysts. Were they surprised by what was happening? Because investors wanted or they preferred Bolsonaro to win. What were the reactions you took today?
So, hi Gustavo, hi everyone. No, they were not surprised, but they were, let's say, amazed by the small margin ever, right, in the runoff. But just after the election was called, I talked to André Perfeito, which is the chief economist of Necton, and I also talked to Zeina Latif, which is, she's an economist, and she ran the Economic Development Secretariat department for the state of São Paulo until 3 weeks ago, but left the post after the current governor declared support for President Jair Bolsonaro. She was also part of the campaign team of João Doria, the former governor of São Paulo and pre-candidate for the presidency. So I talked to both of them, and what they told me was that, well, the first thing that they expect from Lula is a name. They want a name. The market wants a name, and the economists wants a name too. Why?
And Lula has been very coy about his proposals for the economy. Every time somebody tries to corner him and say, okay, Lula, what are you going to do? He said, well, I'm going to take care of people, and I know how to get things done because I have done it in the past. But first we have to win the election, then we come with our proposals, right? Which has been quite frustrating for investors.
yeah, I don't know if he understands now how urgent this is, but it is urgent. So far, analysts, investors, they understand that he has given few concrete signs of what he will do in the economic field, despite the efforts of his running mate, the former São Paulo Governor Geraldo Alckmin, and the letter with 13 key points that was released on Thursday. So they understand that so far they don't have any concrete information, piece of information to learn what Lula will do. So the name is very
Yeah, and just for a
important.
piece of context, because so 3 days before the election, Lula released a letter that it was called the letter for the Brazil of tomorrow, and everybody compared it with what he had done in 2002. Before the election, he sent out this letter to the Brazilian people saying that he would not completely break with center-right economic policies, that he would respect the contract, and that he would not make this massive U-turn in terms of where the country was heading to, which he lived up to. And then he launched this saying that he commits to fiscal and social responsibility, which can mean anything pretty much. He had some goals like seeking net zero carbon emissions from the Amazon, scrapping Amazon deforestation entirely. But he was very vague about the actual proposals for the economy, right?
Yeah, and this is decisive because, as Zaino told us, giving a name in the next days would be important to sign it, whether he will give room for the so-called democratic front that was built in the actual government. And indirectly, it would also send an important message about not repeating the errors of the Workers' Party, the past errors that the Workers' Party committed in the past, especially in the government of Dilma Rousseff. In their opinion, Lula has more bargain chips. I don't know if I say that correctly. Has a new president, so than Bolsonaro would have if he was reelected. He now can maybe negotiate better with the Congress and with the other parties and that democratic front that was built. That is also why this is important. But one thing that they also told me, Gustavo, is that we are now waiting for the speeches, right? And then,
by the way, Lula is speaking now, so we're going to be back with CD in a few moments. So stay tuned because we're going to bring CD Silva with Lula's first speech as Brazil's president-elect. But please, sorry to interrupt you, Fabi.
No, just to finish this thought. What André Perfeito also told me is that in the next hours, in the next days, actually, during the week, any contestation of the results could bring more volatility to the market. So the picture is, with Lula, we can expect some volatility starting tomorrow, starting on Monday, but this could be even bigger with a contestation of the results, or even if Lula decides to be, I don't know, quiet about his economic team, this could bring more volatility to the market too. Until Friday, the analyst was projecting something around, I don't know, the dollar rising around 4% or more in the case of Lula's winning. So this could happen starting tomorrow.
Yeah, and you wrote about the rallies and about the massive oscillations that Brazilian stock prices suffered, especially state-owned companies. Petrobras had huge gains, then huge losses. I mean, tell us a little bit about that roller coaster of behavior.
Yeah, so as for voters, the choice for the market would be between two experienced candidates, right? So the dispute did not cause major changes. Actually, the Brazilian market was going quite well because it's one of the most interesting and cheapest emerging markets for investors right now. But the shares of state-owned companies were the ones that fluctuated the most in the last month, in the face of the possibility of a new Bolsonaro term and the victory of some of the governors who support him, all because of their supposed pro-market or pro-privatization stand. Even though in the last 12 months, these intentions have clearly been counterattacked by the president's quest for re-election. So in the case of Petrobras, the company hit the highest level in a decade, following the company's shares, following the confirmation of a second round. They were up nearly 70% on the year. But more than the elections, and then I have to say that more than the elections effect, there were also other factors like the rise of oil prices in the last 2 years and the record-breaking dividend payments that obviously also attract investors also explain these numbers. Even so, we show that in the last Friday in our market roundup, the Petrobras rally cooled off this previous week, as Lula remained at the forefront of the polls for the runoff. We don't know what is going to happen starting tomorrow, but we can expect more volatility if Bolsonaro had won.
Now, Fabi, bear with me, because Lula has told us if you want to know what he will do, we have to look at what he has done. And as a finance reporter and editor, you worked at Gazeta do Povo, a newspaper in Curitiba. You covered economics in governments and what governments were doing. So can you tell us a little bit, what did Lula do economic-wise? Were those good times that good? What can you tell us?
So one of the big things that we can expect is investment in infrastructure projects. That was something that he did during his terms, and also Dilma Rousseff, the past president Dilma Rousseff also did, not so successfully, but both did that. So we can expect something like that. That it's why also the shares of some of the companies, the construction companies and real estate companies, also had some upward effect during the past weeks. The other thing is that he promised to bring back the investments and education, especially the higher education programs. He said that, and this kind of moved the needle of the shares in the sector during the past month. We saw some of these shares rising too, in anticipation that he will bring more budget to the financing program and scholarship programs, ProUni and FIES. We can expect that. And also, when we think about the infrastructure investments, there are also expectations about he bringing back the housing program, the federal housing program, Minha Casa Minha Vida, which changed the name during Bolsonaro's and had its budget freeze by Bolsonaro. And I think that it was cut, the budget was cut by over 90% for 2023. So we can expect this thing being reverted. I mean, the budget of housing programs should be higher next year. But then again, this will depend on the next moves by Lula and the transition team. We don't know how the transition will happen. And this is also a big question of the market. This is also a big question of the economists, because they are really wanting something like it was from Fernando Henrique Cardoso to Lula, or even how it happened between Michel Temer team and Bolsonaro's team. So they really wanted some smooth transition so that both economic teams could talk and decide some things regarding the budget for 2023. The micro points would be something like they obviously expect Lula to respect the fiscal rules. They want some kind of anchor, fiscal anchor too. And this is a big question. We don't know how Lula will keep that. We know that all the
And
candidates.
because, Fabi, if I may interrupt you, Lula is going to have a conundrum here because he has promised to protect poorer Brazilians and to increase social spendings in a lot of areas, but he will receive a government with a lot of fiscal ticking time bombs, right?
Yes, he will, and this is a major concern. What people want in general is an anchor, even if this anchor does not prevent him to rise in the investments and social programs or even in health. So they want something like that. It cannot. We already know that the current spending cap that was created by Michel Temer government, we know that this spending cap is already burst by Bolsonaro, and we know that the budget next year is complicated. The discussion in the Congress is complicated, and what economists say is that they want some kind of dialogue between the new team by Lula and the Bolsonaro team to try to find a way, to do that. Lula also said that he's going to make some changes in taxes. We know that Geraldo Alckmin promised that a tax reform would be one of the priorities, but we don't know how much this tax reform would generate, to what extent this would generate more revenue, right, for covering the social spending. We don't know that yet. We don't know much, Gustavo. That's the truth. We don't know much, and we really need Lula to make the necessary nods for the market and for the country in this field.
Right. Now, Fabi, thank you very much for your insights. And we're going to see tomorrow if you're going to have one of those Black Mondays with markets crashing. Now I'm going, but thank you very much for your insights.
Thank you very much. Good night, everyone.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Now, back to the studio for the first time today. We're no, for the second time.
Conversations already?
Yes. So, Ewan, you were back in the newsroom, churning those live blogs up. Thank you very much for that. Yep. So Lula has spoken. I promised to bring CD, but we brought you. You were closer.
I was closer. There was a TV on in there, so I managed to get a bit of it.
So, what did the president-elect tell in his first words as such?
Well, it was an interesting one because it was definitely a speech of unity. He was saying that there is no such thing as two Brazils. We have to work together as one. Obviously, acknowledging that the country is a lot more conservative, perhaps, than it was when he was first president. Made some gestures towards religious freedoms, that sort of thing. But also there is, as you would expect from Lula, he's been through a lot in recent years, and there was a little bit of kind of vengeance,
vindication.
As it were. Yeah, there was one good line saying that he had been resurrected because everyone else tried to bury him alive. Which was quite powerful Lula words there.
Yeah, and this is the kind of language and imagery he uses often. I remember when he was taken to testify, and he said they try to beat the snake, but the snake is still alive.
Exactly, yeah. No, and I think this is actually why Lula is such a fabled politician in Brazil, because he really does have a way with words. And also, what was interesting is that I don't think he entered too much into this, but he was saying that today's election, he wasn't facing an opponent, he wasn't facing a candidate, but he was facing the entire state apparatus, which was put to work for a candidate to try to defeat Lula.
And I mean, we can say, okay, this is the guy who just won the election, fresh off his win, and he's trying to make it bigger. But I mean, you cannot say he's wrong. And Amanda's report last weekend shows that the state the voter suppression scandal with the highway police
completely unprecedented.
So right. I mean, yes, we can say that it was Lula and anti-Bolsonarism, because we cannot just say that Lula won, but also anti-Bolsonarism won, and we have. We both know a lot of people who voted for Lula, not because of Lula, but to bar Bolsonaro.
True, yeah.
Also, a lot of people voted for Bolsonaro
to stop Lula, yeah.
just to stop Lula. Yeah. So it was anti-Bolsonarism, Lula versus the Brazilian state, and that's a fair thing to say for Lula.
Yeah, and I think that actually shows then in his speech that he's aware that there is a divide there, but he doesn't. He wants to work with both sides, it seems. Again, suggesting that there is no two Brazils. I think is quite a symbolic line in terms of that he, his whole.
If we can get back just before we wrap things up, that map of the municipalities of who won, because I mean at this point, yes, there are two Brazils, and they are natly. We have that votes by municipality. But yes, there are two Brazils, and they are very clearly.
We're seeing them.
We have the south and southeast. We have the soybean belt in the center west, and then big chunks of the north, but mainly the northeastern. And even in Minas Gerais, that bellwether state, you see the closer you get to the northeast, the more petista things get.
Yeah.
Petista being the supporter of the Workers' Party. That's the acronym in Portuguese.
It's fascinating. Yeah. I mean, I've always wanted to be in front of a map, kind of pointing and gesturing.
Be our John King.
I've always wanted to do this. In Britain, it's Jon Snow who does that. But yeah, it is
Jon Snow, like Game of Thrones.
Yeah. Well, unlike that Jon Snow, he knows quite a lot. But it is fascinating just to see exactly this kind of Bolsonaro movement here over creeping up from the bottom of the legal Amazon here over in Acre and Rondônia, which are two,
By the way, who won in Rondônia? Because you wrote a piece about Bolsonaro against Bolsonaro, so government was re-elected.
Yeah, the incumbent won there, which was a fascinating one because in the first round, they were almost exactly equal on votes, and polls had them almost exactly equal on votes. But Marcos Rocha ended up winning that. Again, that doesn't really change anything, right? It doesn't really matter in that state who won the governorship, because they were both planning to follow the same kind of environmental program. Yeah.
So I know you and I were going to turn those final live blogs before we wrap things up, but I would like before we close this live broadcast, this is our second multiple hour-long broadcast. So thanks for bearing with us. We had a steady viewership on YouTube, on our website, and thanks for the dozens and dozens of coffees that you contributed with. Our new members on Buy Me a Coffee. And once again, before we go, please subscribe to the Brazilian Report. That's the best way to support independent journalism. You can also support us on Buy Me a Coffee, and the QR code is on the bottom left end of your screens. This is how independent journalism works, is with supporters from readers. So that helps us to remain independent and to still flourish, because now we have an office in Buenos Aires. We have journalists in Maceió, in Brasília, in São Paulo. So thank you very much. And Ewan, thank you and congratulations on the coverage. So we'll be back if anything major happens, which we hope it doesn't, because it will mean that Brazilian democracy is running its course as it should.
Exactly. And yeah, just on the point, as we were talking about Lola speaking, Bolsonaro apparently is not going to speak tonight. So that's something that we're going to keep an eye on. And of course, we will be, tomorrow morning we'll be up covering the thing as we always do.
And for premium subscribers, very early tomorrow, we're gonna have our Brazil Weekly newsletter in your inboxes. So we have a rendezvous tomorrow. And thank you very much. Thank you, Ewan. Thanks to
Gustavo.
everyone who has watched us and had spared us for 4 hours. Thank you, Ewan.
Yeah, thanks, Gustavo.
Bye-bye, guys.